All right, welcome back, Truth Seeker. It's going to be one of these nights here with Truth Frequency Radio where we don't have any sound. Apparently, I was standing by to see if it would come on, but we got no sound. So again, the good news is on nights where we have no sound is it means we don't have to pay attention to the commercial breaks, and we can just do a show with no breaks, get in more calls. So if you do want to phone in tonight, we always love to hear from new callers. Again, we got the regulars. We love the regulars too, but it's always nice to hear new people. If you want to call in tonight, 213 233 3998. Again, 213 233 3998. That is the number to phone in. And again, we'll be taking calls all night if you're new here. This show broadcasts on Truth Frequency Radio. You can check out their website, TFR, for Truth Frequency Radio, TFRlive.com, 24/7 online radio streaming, a bunch of different hosts, and again, a lot of a diversity of opinions. And that's the nice thing about TFR. The people who are invited to the platform, they're allowed to speak their minds and conduct their show the way they want to. And if you spent the whole week listening to the network, you'd find that I'm the least in line with the rest of the radio hosts. Again, it kind of leans Christian, it kind of leans conservative, Republican, and of course, I don't think any of those things have to do with the truth. Not politics, not religion. But again, that's the nice thing about TFR. You know, it's your show. You carry it the way you want to carry it. So anyhow, lots of things to talk about. You know, the big distraction, the Titan went missing, the submersible that was traveling to visit the wreckage of the Titanic. And the news broke on the 19th. They said it disappeared the evening of Sunday, June 18th, but the news broke on the 19th. Of course, in Gematria, Titan equals 19. But, you know, the bigger point is the Titan. It sounds like Titanic, and more importantly, again, that book written in 1898 by Morgan Robertson, which foreshadowed the sinking of the Titanic, called Futility, The Wreck of the Titan. If you do not know about that book or that author, look it up. Written in 1898, 14 years before the Titanic sank. It's about the world's biggest boat ever built, the Titan, sailing from Europe to America, hitting an iceberg on its first sail and sinking. And in the book, the Titan was thought to be unsinkable, which is what they also said was true of the Titanic. So go figure that now we have the Titan submersible missing in action, unless that news has changed within the last few hours since I last looked at the news. Looks like it's still missing. And again, just when you pay attention to these stories, they're just so ridiculous. Like yesterday, again, the news broke on Monday. Yesterday was Tuesday. Yesterday, the update for the search of the Titan was they're now deploying vehicles that have the capability of searching underwater. It's like, wait a minute. So you mean the first 24 hours you weren't using the underwater search vehicles for a boat that's underwater? What? Again, these stories are nothing but crap, you guys. And like I said yesterday, if you listen to my show that I do on YouTube, I think this is media marketing. And again, they say no press is bad press when it comes to marketing and advertising. But if you're reading a lot of the articles that they're putting out there about this Titan, they're telling you the upcoming scheduled visits it has to the Titanic, the cost of doing such an underwater visit, which is quite expensive. It's obviously for millionaires. It costs $250,000, but you spend a week on the vehicle and travel all over the ocean, including going to the side of the Titanic. But yeah, I mean, and then the other big thing is they keep giving you the guy with the HH initials. They say 5 people are on the boat. They only talk about one person. And he's 58 years old, and his birthday's June 24th, Freemasonries. As we know in Gematria, Freemasonry equals 58. So how funny that the one guy they're talking about has the same birthday as Freemasonry and happens to be 58 years old, that magic number. Anyway, what a joke. The Titan, the Titanic, a riddle that goes back to 1898. The story that The story, though, that I really think we need to talk about again is the death of Big Pokey, the Houston rapper who the news of his death broke on Juneteenth, the holiday about freeing the slaves, a tradition that began in Texas, not far from Houston. This is a Houston rapper, Big Pokey. And I made the point that he died 201 days after his birthday. And we all know about 201 and Event 201 and the coronavirus pandemic simulation, and then everyone getting the Big Pokey, and then, some people, they've just dropped and never came back. And that's the story here with Big Pokey. He was on stage performing at the Juneteenth concert and then dropped and never came back, so we're told. And there's a lot of things that are interesting about his death. The hip-hop group he's remembered for. But Newsweek has now come out today, and Newsweek has this headline: Video of Big Pokey's death sparks COVID-19 vaccine conspiracy theories. And again, I mean, do you remember back in oh man, time flies. It was March 27th. We had the supposed mass shooting at the Nashville private Christian school, and then we got the body cam footage of the hero cops who ran through the totally empty school where every single room was empty, and then supposedly shot the shooter who was just staring out the window. But then in the footage, in the different scenes, people picked up on the fact that the shooter was shown on security cameras wearing a certain set of shoes, some Pumas, and then on the cops' body cam footage, they were wearing Vans. Vans on the body cam footage, Pumas on the security footage. So, either the shooter changed the shoes in the mass shooting of the empty school that nobody was in, or they had multiple takes, and this take was on the security cam footage, and this take was with the hero cops that were Jesuit educated, perfectly synced up with the superior general, if you remember all that, as we talked about back then. But anyway, Newsweek decided to take on the people who were calling that out, and Newsweek said that the reason it looked like the shooter was wearing Pumas in one video and Vans in the other is because of the quality of the cameras, which was a total load of BS, right? It was a total load of BS, and it was the same type of headline. It was conspiracy that emerge about mass shooter of Nashville school shoes. And again, just conspiracy theory in the headline. And the problem is, that headline has a magical power with so many people. It worked perfectly with my sister. My sister, if I was telling my sister about this, all she would do to, in her mind, debunk what I'm saying is just do a web search for something with conspiracy, and then she'd find this article. She'd say, oh, see, it's just a conspiracy theory. I hate conspiracy. I hate conspiracy theorists and conspiracy theories. In fact, I hate my brother because my brother's a conspiracy theorist. That's all it would take. It wouldn't matter how much proof and evidence. She wouldn't care that Big Pokey died 201 days after his birthday, and I've been documenting the significance of 201 1,000 times now. But, go figure. Again, we're talking about these things, and then you see that the word's getting out there, right? Because that's why Newsweek has to continue to respond to the people in this world who are speaking out and trying to help people open their eyes to what's really going on. But yeah, here, I just want to show you a few more things about Big Pokey besides dying 201 days after his birthday. So, his hip-hop group is called the Screwed Up Click. Nice name, right? And they invented the chopped and screwed sound. If you don't know what that is, it's just like taking a beat and slowing it down, playing it slower. And, for example, if you take the song Boz Scaggs' Lowdown and you just slow it down a hair, I tell you, it sounds even better. That's the chopped and screwed Boz Scaggs way. Anyway, Big Pokey. Look at all these things, you guys. Again, I know I covered this the other day, but on TFR we have a different audience. Just follow the familiar patterns. He drops On stage, June 17th, dies early the next day, June 18th. Lincoln style, RFK style, Titanic style. But June 17th had 46 date numerology. And again, as we know, Houston, Texas equals 46, like sacrifice, like rap, like how Genesis 46 begins with the sacrifice, like how there's 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament, like how 201 goes back to the Jesuits, which is totally Catholic. Like, let's not forget Beau Biden dead at 46, 201 days before the Pope's birthday, the first Jesuit Pope, the first to live in Suite 201, only for his funeral to be done by a Jesuit priest whose name equals 201, just like how that same Jesuit priest did the inauguration for Joe Biden number 46 on January 20th, 20/1, the 201st day of the nation's age. But anyway, with regards to him being from Houston and this happening for Juneteenth, it was a Juneteenth concert that he died at. Yes, it was days before Juneteenth, but the concert was about Juneteenth. Again, Juneteenth became an official holiday 1 year after George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter protests, where all the Confederate statues were torn down, and the one Confederate statue in D.C. that was torn down was the Albert Pike statue, which was the only Confederate statue in D.C. And remember, it was 201 days later that you had January 6th, where the Confederate flag flew, and of course Confederate has that Gematria 201, reminding that Lincoln blamed the Civil War on the Jesuits. But anyway, George Floyd, remember, he died in a huge 201 ritual, compared to Dame Traore, and he died exactly 201 weeks after him, and George Floyd's name equals 201. Somebody told me the full name of Big Pokey. I can't find his middle name, but somebody's saying his full name with his middle name also equals 201, just like George Perry Floyd. George Floyd's full name, probably true. But again, the parallels. George Floyd dies in a huge 201 ritual. Confederate statues come down. January 6th is connected. January 6th brings comparisons of how the protesters were greeted for Black Lives Matter versus how they were greeted for January 6th. Then, a year to the day of the Albert Pike statue coming down, you have the first official Juneteenth holiday, which is largely accredited to what happened after George Floyd, who's from Houston, Texas, who died at age 46, who was a rapper. And again, now this rapper, Big Pokey, on the 46 date numerology collapses on stage. You see how it all comes full circle, and just how from understanding just a couple of numbers, you can just see how it all goes together. And even Joe Biden number 46 fits in here, right? JFK, the only Catholic president before him, killed at age 46. Joe Biden number 46 sacrifices his son Beau Biden at age 46, gets elected 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday. Catholic and sacrificer 46. Earlier, or I should say months ago, back in November, you had the death of Takeoff, another rapper in Houston, in a huge ritual, and it was all synced up with the Jesuits. Now Big Pokey dies on Takeoff's birthday in Houston, where he died. Again, just how all of this stuff is connected. And again, for people who would take the time to listen to what we're saying and how consistent the patterns are, and some people do, and thank you to all those people. You know, my sister's not one of those people. I always bring up my sister because we're 10 years into this and I still can't get her to listen to anything. She just shuts down and has a tantrum right away. We're not talking about that. Okay, we're not talking about anything. We're just going to stay in perpetual ignorance over here. Anyway, Big Pokey, the Newsweek headline about how it's just conspiracy theories about his collapse. You know, what Newsweek wants you to believe is that he was just a fat black man, and fat black men die all the time, like Big Pun, who died by the numbers. You know? Fat Joe's still living, though. Anyway. Well, wait a minute. Big Pun and Fat Joe might be Puerto Rican. They might be mixed. Anyway. You get the point. Fat rappers. That's what they want you to think. They just want you to think he died because he was overweight. Okay? Eventually everybody does die, but the thing is, you just see how ritualistic it is, and you know it's not that. You know it's another ritual done by the same code, the same redundant code that we've talked about so many times, that goes back to George Floyd, that connects to January 6th, that connects back to the Event 201 simulation. Let's not forget that they said George Floyd tested positive for the cooties, you know what I mean? He had the 19 in his system, they said, when they did his autopsy. The cooties attacks your lungs, you can't breathe. The Black Lives Matter phrase, I can't breathe. Black Lives Matter equals coronavirus equals COVID vaccine equals Society of Jesus equals Scarface, the Houston rapper who was one of the first celebrities with COVID when the whole pandemic began. Houston's been real redundant in this thing. Remember when Scarface got it? Scarface. He had that big song in the early 90s. He'd never seen a man cry until he'd seen a man die. But by the way, another rapper that's connected to Big Pokey's Bun B. You might have heard of the rap duo UGK for Underground Kings. It was Bun B and Pimp C, and then Pimp C died on Jay-Z's birthday. He was 33, and they had a big song with Jay-Z, and then they blamed Pimp C's death on drinking too much purple drink, which you shouldn't be drinking. I mean, it's sad people drink that stuff, codeine and alcohol. I mean, you're digging yourself an early grave. And the people who run these industries, and we know who runs this music industry. We're showing all the time that the Jesuits run this music entertainment. They run the entertainment industry, they run the music industry, they run the government, they run the news, they run the media, but they use people to put poison literally into the world, you know, making it cool to drink a beverage that will literally destroy your body. And realize these people run the healthcare system too. They want you to destroy your body. The more you destroy your body, the more lucrative you are to them, because you're going to be rushing to their hospital. You know something I just found out? My dad just shared something with me that happened 2 years ago. He'd been embarrassed all this. I wish he hadn't shared. He hadn't shared with me the whole time, and he didn't share with me for a reason, because he knew I wouldn't like it. He knew I might be a little bit judgmental about it. But it was an eye-opener for me. So my dad, he's remarried, and when all the COVID hysteria was going on, his wife is a nice, sweet lady from Mexico City. You know, sweetest lady ever met, not real educated, doesn't speak a lot of English, but just likes to laugh, smile, and make you delicious food. But when the whole COVID scare was going on, big time, there was one day where she felt a little tickle in her throat, and she was worried she had COVID, and she went to the emergency room to get tested for COVID. She tried to go somewhere else, but they said they didn't have any time, so she needed to go to the emergency room. So she went to the emergency room. And do you know how much they charged her for a COVID test, which they said she was negative? But do you know how much they charged her? And this is a lady that makes like $15 an hour, and she had to work 20 years to get her salary up to that. They charged her $4,000 for a COVID test in the emergency room. $4,000? She makes $15 an hour, so do the math on that. She has to work over 200 hours to pay for that bill. You know, she got to work for months to pay for a test. But I just wonder how many people that happened to. They're just so scared, they're in a panic, they rushed into an emergency room, and then they got hit with the bill for $4,000. And we know that, the government was dishing out money to all the hospitals if they just said, this person had the cooties. And by the way, one of my mom's friends in North Dakota wants to come on the show here one of these days. I'm going to have to get in contact with him, but he was offered money, apparently. His wife passed away, and not from cooties, but when she passed away, he was offered money if they could put that on the death certificate that she died from cooties. I mean, again, you guys, what we're doing here is exposing a crime syndicate, that works in the realm of conspiracy, not conspiracy theories. These people work in the realm of conspiracy. Ritual murder, ritual propaganda, ritual fear-mongering, ritual mind control. And you know what? They're racist as hell too, right? It's just like when the day that Big Pokey, the news of his death broke, if you were watching my YouTube channel that day, before his news broke, that morning I was covering the death of Ray Lewis III. The son of Ray Lewis, before the 104th NFL season. Do you guys remember that last Wednesday on TFR? We had a caller call in, and I forget what football team that he thought was going to go to the Super Bowl, and I said, well, I don't think they have a better narrative than the Baltimore Ravens, because the Baltimore Ravens are sacrificing people left and right now. Then the next day, it was last Thursday, the news broke of Ray Lewis III's death. And again, son of Ray Lewis, the word father equals 104. It's the upcoming 104th NFL season, the 104th pick of the NFL drafts from Maryland, where Baltimore is. Both the owner and general manager of the Ravens, two men, are both born on the 10th day of the 4th month, 104. And there's a whole lot more to the death of Ray Lewis III. But I was making the point that morning about just how often young black men are sacrificed by this cabal. And then next thing you know, it's Big Pokey. And I didn't even make the point about Bun B, which I'll come back to. But again, you guys, I want you to understand why they do sacrifice. Again, they kill people of all races. Okay, let's be clear about that. They kill people of all races. But more than anybody, they kill young black men. A huge percentage of the pie. Like if the pie, here's the ritual sacrifice pie, a full 360. About 40% of that pie is young black men. Nearly half of it. It might even be more than that. I'm just estimating based off of what I think it is from the work I've been doing for the last 10 years, but it's around there. It might be half. It might be half the pie. And why is that? Again, I'm going to tell you why that is. And I think this is more than an opinion. I think this is a well-researched statement. Let's think about Tupac first. Tupac dies on Caesar Borgia's birthday, who White Jesus comes for. Remember, we're talking about the Jesuits, who are the Society of Jesus. Tupac dies on White Jesus' birthday, Caesar Borgia. That's where White Jesus comes from. By the way, Machiavelli's The Prince is based on Caesar Borgia. Then the Tupac album Machiavelli comes out on Remember the 5th of November, Guy Fawkes Day, a special day to the Jesuit order, with Tupac on the cross like Jesus. And remember the way they spelled Machiavelli, a play on Machiavelli. Machiavelli equals 74, like Tupac, like rapper, like Jesus, like cross, like Messiah, like gospel, like parables, like killing. They all equal 74. Big death number. The 74th day of the year to remember the killing of Caesar by stabbing, which also equals 74. 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents dead on 7/4. In that case, they were all older white men, reminding that they do kill other people. But young black men continually being killed by the Society of Jesus, who promotes, I should say, a religion about God sacrificing his son for the betterment of humanity. And the only physical description of Jesus in the Bible, Revelation 1:14 through 16, describes a man with darker skin and hair that is described as white like wool. And a lot of people get mad and say, well, the wool part doesn't have to do with like his hair being like woolly like a African man's hair. It just has to do with the color white like wool. I think all of you guys who say that are so full of shit and so racist inherently, and you're so stuck on white Jesus, who's Caesar Borgia, that you just can't admit the obvious. The Society of Jesus is always killing young black men in these clear Jesus rituals. Again, I mean, just put the whole thing together that I'm talking about. The calendar we're on is synced up with the life of Jesus, given to us by the Catholic Church, the Gregorian calendar named after Pope Gregorius, the Gregorian calendar. The English language is credited to a Catholic monk. So we know that the time, the calendar, the language, it's all synced up. It's all been in motion like this since the 16th century that the Jesuits came into being. Their rituals are redundant over and over and over, putting their same numbers on this stuff all the time that go back to Genesis 46, the 46 books of the Catholic Old Testament, the Genesis stamp, the Killing Code. And, here's just the latest example. And then Newsweek. By the way, just for the record, you guys, Newsweek equals 33, established in 33. But then Newsweek, again, just has to say that this kind of stuff is just conspiracy theory. And before we go into the commercial break, just to do the Newsweek justice, since we heard my side of the argument, here, let's hear Newsweek's argument. So this is about how Big Pokey's death has brought up COVID-19 conspiracy theories that are a bunch of nonsense. The untimely death of Texas rapper Big Pokey has led to anti-vax conspiracy theorists blaming the COVID-19 vaccine for his passing. His publicist, however, told Newsweek the vaccination played no part in his death. Born Milton Powell, the 48-year-old rapper collapsed on stage during a Juneteenth weekend performance at Pour 09. Now, you see how they're saying he's 48? Remember, Illuminati equals 48, like Order of Illuminati equals 201. Dead 201 days after his birthday. When he first died, every headline reported that he was 45, even though if you looked at his birthday, he was clearly 48. The reason they first reported him 45 is not by accident. He was dead on the 18th. at age 45, how they first reported it, 90 days after Bun B's birthday, the famous rapper who lives in Beaumont, who's part of his old group, Screwed Up Click. But hip-hop, forwards equals 45, with numerology equals 18, and run it in reverse equals 90. He's dead in Bun B's hometown 90 days after his birthday, falsely reported at age 45, and then on the 18th. Hip-hop code. He dies at poor 09. 45 is the 9th triangular number, 09. Anyway, during a Juneteenth weekend performance at Poor 09, a Beaumont bar east of Houston, Texas, the rapper died on Sunday following his collapse, which was captured on video and posted to social media. It showed the rapper taking a deep breath into the microphone as he held onto a railing before falling onto his back. Other videos showed people crowded around him to offer help, including one woman who said that she was a nurse. The family announced his death on Instagram, writing that he died on June 18th, and he will forever be remembered as the hardest pit in the litter, referring to the name of the rapper's 1999 debut album. Big Pokey's cause of death is not yet known, and his family is awaiting the results of an autopsy to find out why he died. The vaccination played no part in his death. The exact cause of death is pending as we await the autopsy, Big Pokey's publicist, Latoria Lemon, told Newsweek. Now, see, what kind of reporting is that? They don't know his cause of death, but they've already ruled out it could be the vaccination. What is that? That's what, just right away you should be like, this is not a credible news source. Newsweek's not a credible news source. A bullshit explanation of how the shoes changed in Nashville and an obvious bullshit psyop. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's, you're a moron if you believe this news. You're a moron if you believe this crap that they feed you. You're a moron if you believe these headlines and you regurgitate the shit they shove down your throat. The vaccination played no part in his death. The exact cause of death is pending. What is that? Imagine bringing that argument to the courtroom. You'd get smashed unless the judge was paid off. And that's the problem in our courtroom because they almost always are. Newsweek, a justice of the peace in Jefferson County where he died, for comment. Despite the fact that the family was still waiting for a coroner's report to know his cause of death, social media users rushed to share their theories that the COVID-19 jab killed the rapper. R.I.P. Big Pokey. Looks like maybe another victim of the mRNA vaccines, tweeted one person. Another added, Dear pro-COVID vaxxers, do you seriously not want to know what the fuck is going on? Another horribly saddening case of died suddenly to somebody performing, this time Big Pokey, a.k.a. Milton Powell. R.I.P. There are 3 other stories like this just from today. These continued sudden deaths are not coincidences. Rather than risk finding out, it could be the vaccine. You would rather play pretend and ignore this is even happening. You were absolutely petrified during COVID. Now more people are dying each week excessively, and you prefer to pretend they're not. Absolutely insane. Wake up, please. But other people on Twitter were not impressed with the conspiracy theories. So anytime someone has a cardiac arrest, stroke, heart attack, arrhythmia, embolism, ruptured aneurysm, or any other thing that can cause someone to die instantly, we're just going to blame vaccines, tweeted one person. I like how they show the tweet time at 1:29 p.m. 1:29 is the number 201 in Base 8 County. For the record, here's what I want to say about this. I'm also kind of annoyed with everybody just instantly saying it was the vaccine that killed people, because remember, before the jab came along, people were being killed by the code all the time. And again, from him dying 201 days after his birthday, that's not the jab that killed him, you guys. That's something in his drink. That's called poisoned. And it happens a lot. And the Jesuits, that's what there's books written about the Jesuits for centuries. There's been books written about the Jesuits since the 1700s about how they're an order of killers that love to poison people. Poison. I guarantee you that's what happened to Big Pokey. But yeah, there's a reason that they did it. And he has the perfect name for the ritual, right? So it's not to say that people aren't dropping from the rushed out, safe, and effective. But it is to say that they're symbolically taking out celebrities who have the right names, the right aliases that fit the ritual, that are symbolic of the times. And, again, with this being in regards to Juneteenth, remember, they gave us Juneteenth, which the alias is Freedom Day. They gave us Juneteenth in the time that we've become the least free we've ever been as Americans. Mandatory jabs, mandatory masks, mandatory lockdowns, blah, blah, blah. The least freedom in the country, in our history, and then we get Freedom Day as the holiday, as the Orwellian ironic theme, right? And again, Juneteenth has to do mostly with Black American history. And remember, before even the jab was out, you had people like Idris Elba and other celebrities going out and telling, when the jab comes out, the people who need to get it first are Black people. They're the most in danger. They're the most susceptible to dying from COVID-19. They're putting all this crap out there. The first vaccinated American was a Black woman, right? Sandra Lindsay. Sandy Lindsay, some articles referred to her as, and it was the anniversary of the Sandy Hook shooting. And then remember, 1 year after that, then the 3-point shot record was broken on that day by Steph Curry, who beat the Yukon, Connecticut product, where Sandy Hook was. But yeah, anyway, Truth or Lion, I mean, this is a fair point. This comment from Truth or Lion, which I'm sure is a stage post posted perfectly at just the right time, again, what they wrote. So anytime someone has a cardiac arrest, stroke, heart attack, arrhythmia, embolism, ruptured aneurysm, or any other thing that can cause someone to die instantly, we're just going to blame vaccines. That's true, right? Because this did happen before COVID. Okay? So people got to stop with, just instantly blaming that. Because in a way, if you're doing that, you're also, in a way, kind of helping, the same Jesuits are responsible for the poisoning are also responsible for the jab and everything else going on. But again, you're taking away the light from where it needs to be shined on how people are ritualistically murdered, But yeah, we see why they did Big Pokey 201 days after his birthday. Here, let's continue with the crap article from Newsweek. The Centers for Disease Control, by the way, founded by a man whose name equals 201, says that deaths after the COVID-19 vaccination are rare. And let's not forget that we had, what was his name, Robert Redfield in there when it all kicked off, who's a Jesuit. Since then, we had that woman take over whose name escapes me, but remember, she got COVID. She was diagnosed with COVID 201 days after her birthday. Who could forget? More common COVID vaccine side effects are normal signs that your body is building protection, and include pain, redness, or swelling at the site of the injection, and tiredness, muscle aches, chills, fever, or nausea. The CDC reiterates that COVID vaccines are safe and effective. The Food and Drug Administration requires healthcare providers to report any deaths after COVID-19 vaccinations to the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, even if it's unclear whether the vaccine was the cause. Reports of adverse effects, including deaths, do not necessarily mean that the vaccine caused a health problem. Isn't it funny how they'll just keep writing the same shit over and over, no matter how untrue it is? And it's obvious that's how the spell works, right? Through the spelling, through the words. You just repeat the lie enough times, the zombies they swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and then they start saying it. It's safe and effective. Didn't you see the CDC report? Didn't you watch Anderson Cooper? He had the FDA update, safe and effective. More than 672 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines were administered in the U.S. between December 2020 and March 2023, during which time the VAERS received 19,476 preliminary reports of death. This works out to approximately 0.0029% of people who have had the vaccine. The CDC reported that continued monitoring identified 9 deaths casually associated with the J&J Janssen COVID-19 vaccination. While there has been a rise in the number of people dying even though they had the COVID vaccine and booster, the reasons for the increase are not necessarily a direct result of the vaccination. This includes a rising share of the population that is vaccinated, decreased immune protection, and low uptake of boosters, and also changes in immunity among unvaccinated people, according to KFF, a health policy research organization. New variants combined with a reduction in masking and other non-pharmaceutical interventions may also lead to more transmission, which can in turn lead to more deaths, it wrote on its website. During the early rollout of vaccines, vaccinated people represent a small share of total deaths, but experts warned that the share would likely rise simply because vaccinated people were representing a growing share of the population. KFF added, in other words, if 100% of people in the U.S. were vaccinated, vaccinated people would represent 100% of COVID-19 deaths. COVID-19 vaccines are very effective at preventing severe illness and death, but they are not perfect, so deaths among vaccinated people will still occur. Big Pokey helped pioneer Houston's hip-hop sound with the Screwed Up Click rap collective formed in the mid-1990s and led by DJ Screw. The rapper is survived by the wife and 3 adult children. Okay, so they make the argument that according to the data, which, again, you got to trust the CDC and FDA, it's a very tiny percentage of people who have died from the jab directly, per the data. So they're making the argument that to say that he died from the COVID-19 vaccine is unlikely, so conspiracy theorists should not jump to that point. Again, understand, I'm making a different argument. I'm saying that this man's killed 201 days after his birthday in symbolic fashion because he is Big Pokey, and there was a Big Pokey agenda that was simulated with Event 201, and again, how everything else came together that I began with. So understand, I'm making a different argument than what they're arguing. But again, to trust the CDC and FDA's data, you got to be another level of ignorant. So again, the CDC's data changed with the wind. Masks don't matter. Masks matter. Double masks matter. Wear 3 masks. Actually, just wear 1 mask. Actually, we're going to unmask. Actually, put your mask back on. So, anyway. I'm done. Let's take some calls. Okay, if you guys want to phone in, again, it's 213-233-3998, and I will get that number up on the screen. If you want to phone in, that number is now up on the screen. Again, 213-233-3998. There are 4 people on hold. And George, I didn't hear from you. I gave you a call Friday, and I have not heard from you. What's going on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mea culpa. I guess, can you try again tomorrow?
I will. I'll call again tomorrow. I want to do another show with you and the crew.
Okay, thanks. So I have a couple of things to share with you. I do have my computer. I'm not at the gym or anything like that. The 2 things I want to share. They may seem completely disparate and uncorrelated to what you've been talking about for the last half an hour or so. Have you ever heard of the SS Edmund Fitzgerald?
That name's so familiar to me, but it's escaping me what it is. Tell me.
Okay, now you may be wondering, why am I bringing up something that took place in the 1970s? She sank in Lake Michigan on November the 10th, 1975. Okay, I bring this up because somebody asked me to look into it, and I'm still doing that. I'm looking at other things. Okay, as I say, she sank on November the 10th, 1975. That's significant for a couple of reasons. One, that was Martin Luther's birthday. He was born in 1483. It was also the birthday or the anniversary of the United States Marine Corps. They were established 200 years earlier in 1775. Okay, the Edmund Fitzgerald had a complement of 29 men. The captain, Ernest McSorley, and all of them died in the storm on November the 10th. Now, this Edmund Fitzgerald was launched, I believe, in 1958. I don't recall the actual launch date, but it was 729 feet long.
It was launched in 58.
I'm sorry, did I say 59?
No, it was launched in 58. It was launched in 58, just like how they're making the big point about the guy who's 58 years old who's missing on this ship right now. But go ahead.
Okay. So, the Edmund Fitzgerald had several silver tests, the Fitz, but it was also known as the Titanic of Lake Michigan, of the Great Lakes. So that strikes me odd. Now, the skipper, McSorley, was born in 1912. You could say, well, that's a bit of a coincidence. So I'm still looking into it. So could you share with me any insights you might have?
On the sinking of this boat?
Yeah, well, also, there's one other thing. The following year, Canadian singer who just died in May, Gordon Lightfoot, released the wrecking. It was called "The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald." It was a #1 hit, I believe, in Canada. It went to #2 in the United States. So, She had a crew of 29 men. So what sticks out to you about this story?
I'm gonna have to do a proper decode on it. Off the top of my head, honestly, nothing sticks out a lot. It did sink on the day, leaving 51 days left in the year, which is a big conspiracy number. But I'm sure there's a lot to it. I've never looked into this before, so I'll have to do some research on it.
Okay, so Johnny has said that whenever they want to reinforce their nonsense, they usually will make a movie about it, like the Titanic, Pearl Harbor, so forth. Well, they didn't do that with this. It only got a song written about it. So, but you see, so you're talking, this happened less than 50 years ago, 47, almost 48 years ago. So even the technology they had back then, radar, radio, sonar, how is it able to sink? The ship was over 700 feet long in this Lake Michigan. You're not talking the Atlantic or anything like that. So to me, this episode seemed suspicious.
Here's something I got, just doing some gematria behind the scenes. Lake Superior does equal 75, like the year it sank in. So there's one thing that stands out. Is it typical for boats to sink in the Great Lakes? Off the top of my head, I mean, I can't think of any other examples.
Well, there have been hundreds going back to at least the 19th century. That is just simply the most famous.
Okay.
Now, granted, it was a cargo ship, not a cruise liner like the Titanic. But there had to be some sort of skullduggery. Now, as it just so happened, the namesake of the ship, Edmund Bacon Fitzgerald, died in 2013. He was also heavily involved with, I don't have his, he was born in 1926, he died in 2013. I don't have his date in front of me. But he grew up in Milwaukee, which is where the Fitzgerald was built. And he died in Nashville. I guess he was a professor or instructor at Vanderbilt. And so he was heavily, this Fitzgerald, Edmund Bacon Fitzgerald Jr., was heavily involved with both the then Milwaukee Braves and later the Milwaukee Brewers. After the Braves left in 1966 to go to Atlanta, he and Bud Selig were able to get the ill-fated Seattle Pirates
there it is.
To Milwaukee.
There it is. I see what they did now. So yeah, it was a ritual. So, well, the ritual was really understood after he died, because from his death anniversary, August 28th, to the anniversary of the sinking of the ship, November 10th, is a span of 75 days, like Lake Superior equals 75, like how it happened in 75, and yeah, there's probably even more to it, but that just shows that there's ritualism to it, and his death, pays tribute. So, and then with the baseball thing, I'll have to go back and look at that. It might have been connected to the season. That would have been a little bit after the season had wrapped up there. So,
well, for what it's worth, that was in 1975. Henry Aaron, as we've discussed before, started out his career with the then Milwaukee Brewers, and then they became the Atlanta Braves in '66. And he finished his career out with the then Milwaukee Brewers. He spent his last 2 seasons there. So, do you think that could have been part of it?
Possibly. Again, it's all connected. Sports, news, politics, it all goes together.
Okay. Now, I know I've gone long, but you said you only have a handful of people online. Could I bring up one other point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, this is even more obscure. Back in 2016, Patty Duke died. Eddie, who was born Anna Marie Patty Duke, she was born on the 14th of December, 1946, died on March 29th of that year. So she was 69 years old. Among other things, in addition to being on that show, which ran from 1963 to 66, It ran for 104 episodes. She was the mother of Sean Astin because she was married briefly or for a while to the actor John Astin. Now, why do I bring this up? Well, you actually brought this up earlier. You said that 3 of the first U.S. presidents died on the 4th of July. Jefferson and Adams died on the 4th of July, 1826, 50 years after the Declaration of Independence. And James Madison died a few years later. I don't recall the exact date. Well, the Patty Duke show, have you ever seen that in reruns?
I haven't.
Okay, so it was a big show back in the 1960s. As I said, Patty Duke grew up Roman Catholic. Now, and as I said, she died in 2016. Now, there are 2 other stars of the show, William Shallers and Eddie Applegate. Both of whom also died in 2016. Now, Patty was relatively young. She was only 69, and William Shallers was 93. He was born on the 6th of July, 1922. So George W. Bush's birthday, and he died on May the 8th, 2016. Now, William Shallers, who's best known as basically a television actor. In addition to Patty Duke, he was on the popular shows of the day, Gunsmoke, Twilight Zone, Outer Limits, programs like that. And one of the other William Shallers played her father, Martin, and one of her co-stars was Eddie Applegate, Edward Robert Eddie Applegate, born on the 4th of October, 1935, died on October the 17th, 2016. So 3 of the 5 stars of that show died in 2016. Now you could say, well, these sort of things happen.
No, I'm sure they were all very much connected. I mean, and like they say, things happen in threes. So yeah, I'd have to go back and map that out, but it sounds very ritualistic.
Okay, now, and as I said, they died in 2016, 50 years after the show went off the air.
Okay.
So you could, that reminded me of the Jefferson and Adams death.
Sure. And again, just remember, they died in 1826, and then it was 1,826 days later that Monroe died on 7/4.
Okay. So, well, and I bring this up because you said you've never seen the Patty Duke show in reruns. It was actually went off the air before I was born. I mean, I was born in '69, but I do remember seeing it growing up on television, and I never thought about it. And I thought it was a silly show, but if you think about it, it was part of the programming Mind Control. It was a sitcom, and they had the canned laughter, the laugh track. So part of its job, along with other shows from that era, was to condition people to laugh at things that weren't funny.
Sure.
And do you have any observations about that show or Patty Duke or any of their deaths?
Well, if I went and researched it, I'm sure there's a lot more. Here, give me the 3 names again that all died in 2016, and I'll take a look at it when I get a chance, perhaps over the commercial break. So Patty Duke, and then the other 2 names real quick.
William Shallers, SCHALLERT, and Eddie Applegate.
Okay, and they were all on that Patty Duke show.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into them all dying 50 years after the show went off the air. Again, 50 is a symbolic number. America equals 50. The word circles 50, coming full circle. So, yeah, I'll look into it. I'm sure there's a lot to it.
Well, in all fairness, you're talking about this rapper Pokey, and I had never heard of him until you brought it up because I'm really not into rap music. If you look at Patty Duke, she could have had a hand in her own death because she had a very destructive life, drugs, alcohol, multiple marriages, psychological problems. And I'm not saying she committed suicide, but 69 is relatively young.
Right. Right. Yeah, it says she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 1982. So 34 years before her passing.
Well, so yeah, I guess we'll get in touch soon. And Johnny said he's looking forward to doing another show with you.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. It's always a great show when we get together. So, all right, George, you got a lot of information in your head, more to look into. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and have a good evening, Zach.
All right. Yeah. Take care, George. Thank you. Okie dokie. Next up, our good friend in New York, who's always got the great observations. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, Zach?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. You remember a couple of weeks ago, I was telling you how they always got to recycle this Titanic story, right?
Exactly, and here we are again.
That's what they said. They said the pilot of the Dawn Sub, his name is Stockton Rush. His wife is the great-great-granddaughter of the first-class passengers who died on the Titanic.
Oh, come on, man.
Look at this crap.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. The captain, the dude who's piloting the sub, his name is Stockton Rush, and his wife's name is Wendy Rush.
Yeah. Go figure.
Look that up. I bet you some numbers to it.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. Wendy Rush, you said?
That's Wendy Rush, and her husband's name is Stockton Rush. He's supposed to be the pilot of the Dawn submarine. And she said her Dawn grandparents was the first-class passengers on the Titanic.
Here it is right here from the Daily Mail. Wife of Titan pilot and Ocean Gate CEO is great-great-granddaughter of Macy's founder and his spouse made famous in James Cameron's smash movie as the elderly couple embracing on bed as Titanic went down. Oh, wow. You can get a James Cameron reference.
You see what I'm talking about, man? See how they be recycling the story?
Man.
I found that wild when I saw that.
Yeah,
that's crazy, man.
Yeah, it makes me think the whole thing's just a bunch of BS. So, Wendy Rush,
Pakistani billionaire and a British billionaire.
Wendy Rush is what my license plate is about on the background. What is 47? Wendy Rush equals 47. So.
Figures.
Yeah.
Okay, and the other thing I want to talk about, remember I was talking about Chris Paul a couple weeks ago. I was talking about Chris Paul. He got a book about his grandfather called 61.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, his grandfather murdered at age 61 the day he signed with Wake Forest.
It's crazy that he come out with his book the time he get traded to the Washington Wizards. He's probably not going to end up playing for them, but it's just crazy that he gets traded to the Washington Wizards and he come out with this book.
Yeah, that is interesting. So, did you see that trade was on Father's Day, and the agent of Bradley Beal, his son, is the CEO for the Suns.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's why they did it on Father's Day. And then, of course, Kevin Durant's from D.C., so he gets the big star from D.C., Bradley Beal.
And I got one more thing. I'm going with Ray Lewis' son. I connected with Ricky Smiley's son.
Okay.
Because Ricky Smiley did a video talking about I hate to be part of an organization that you got to sacrifice your kids for. That's what Ricky Smiley said when his son died. And you know, Ray Lewis probably one of those, one of those fraternities like Ricky Smiley.
They're both in the same fraternity. They're actually both in the same fraternity. Somebody actually covered that. Somebody left a comment about that. Those two guys are in the same fraternity.
And both of their sons died from fentanyl overdoses.
Yeah, and we know that's not what they really died from.
Yeah, so I just want to make that point to you.
Yeah, what a joke, man. Just every day is just a big joke on us. Just the same jokes over and over. It's like, It really is. It's like it's just like, you know how a comedian has to go city to city telling the same jokes over and over. The people who rule over us, man, they are practical jokers. And did you guys, oh my God, did you guys see that they put out an image of Nikola Jokic when he was 5 years old wearing a Denver Nuggets sweatshirt? I mean, come on, man.
Come on, man. That's worse than the door San Antonio dude about to get drafted.
That guy's going to be a bust, that number one pick. I saw him. Has anyone seen how the guy who's supposed to go number one? Did anyone see the first pitch he threw yesterday in baseball? I'm sorry, man. I don't care if you never played baseball before. If you throw a ball like he throws, like I'm sorry to all the ladies, but he throws a ball like a little girl. He throws a ball like a girl. It's a mile off the plate, and then he swung the bat too, and it was the worst baseball swing I've ever seen. I was just like, this guy's not going anywhere, man. This guy's got butt. I wouldn't pay that guy $1 to be on my basketball team throwing a baseball like that. So,
but you know they're gonna try to make him a star, though. You know that
he's gonna be a bust. I'm sorry. You throw a pitch like that, you're no athlete. Yeah, I don't care how tall you are.
Okay, Zach. That's it. That's all I had.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right, you have a good. All right.
What's up, 810?
Hey, Zach. How you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. So, my grandfather in 1912 traveled from Armenia, his homeland, to France, and he was supposed to get on that Titanic to come to America for an operation. And for some reason, he didn't get on that ship. He ended up on another ship after the Titanic came and went, and he ended up in Montreal, and that's where the family migrated to. And he died 50 years later in about 1962, I believe. Remember I told you about that governamerica.com?
Uh-huh.
They played a few weeks ago a documentary on the Titanic, and they claim it was like 3 hours long. It was very interesting. I couldn't watch it, but I listened, and they said that they switched the Titanic with the Olympic.
Yeah, that's true. That's true because that boat had got wrecked in port, and then they repainted Titanic on it, and they sent it out for the insurance fraud. So.
Yeah, multiple times, and the captain was like some kind of he was a drinker, and he was a hot dog, and he wrecked the prop, and he got many wrecks in that Olympic, and they couldn't insure it anymore, and so they decided to, and it was the identical twin to the Titanic, except for a few minor things like I think the Olympic had a marble dance floor, or the Titanic did, but whatever that difference was, you can see it in the photos underwater when that British guy found it. But and there's a big torpedo hole in the side, right? They planned that wreck, and but the captain was a drunk, and he did something wrong, and he parked in the wrong place, and he was supposed to signal the rescue ship to come and save him, and they never got that signal. He signaled a different ship, and I can't remember all the details, but it's really worth watching, I would say. And then maybe do a decode on the Olympic and find out, I'm sure there's something there. So, but I'm glad I didn't really have anything to talk about until you mentioned that.
Well, I've actually talked about this before. I've actually talked about this before. For people who don't know this, the Olympic equals 144 in Gematria. What day did it hit the iceberg?
I don't remember.
14.
April
14th. 14/4, like the Olympic 144.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Crazy.
the Titanic was one of the things I started with when I was doing this research, because I knew about it before Gematria and Morgan Robertson's book, Futility, The Wreck of the Titan. I mean, it just goes to show, because I used to always wonder why, I don't know if it's still the same in schools today, but when I was growing up, they had to talk about the Titanic every year in public school, and I'd be like, why do we have to learn about Christopher Columbus every year, the Titanic every year? I mean, just every year, just the same crap BS lessons. And when I think about it, they both have to do with boats and sailors, and it reminds me that we're ruled over by a bunch of pirates, maritime law. So, yeah, there's a reason for all their crap that they feed us day after day.
And then wasn't that like the Astors and some other bankers were invited with free tickets on that Titanic that were, against the Federal Reserve Act.
Right. Three of the world's richest people. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Morgan was Morgan the pirate, right? And Morgan ended up being involved with the Federal Reserve after that. Crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, these guys are something else. Now, there's a guy out there, Jeff Nyquist. You ever heard of him?
His name's familiar. Remind me who that is.
He's from Michigan. He's a guest on a radio show called The Liberty Man with John Moore, and I call John Moron. He's like he's definitely a Zionist, and so is Nyquist, and he's a gatekeeper for the Jews, and this guy is supposed to be this historian about communism, and he doesn't know that the Bolsheviks were Jews, or Marx and Lenin and Stalin and Trotsky were Jews. They were Russians. And so anytime anybody calls this show, they when Nyquist is on every Tuesday and Wednesday, if they talk about Jews, they kick him off the show. He yells at them, and then they kick him off the show. Well, he was bad-mouthing this another show because there was a commercial on. There was a commercial break, and they talked about this show on Republic Broadcasting, the Patrick and Jeremy show. Jeremy from Kentucky, he's got his own show, but he teams up with this Patrick Slattery, who teams up with David Duke, and Slattery was a professor, and he taught, and he believes that the Jews are the New World Order and all that, and maybe not exactly where most people are at, but he's definitely leaning on that side. Well, they had a big debate on two shows, Tuesday night on RBN, on the if you go to republicbroadcasting.org, the archives are there. So there was an hour show on Tuesday night on the Jeremy show from Kentucky, and then the Patrick Slattery show on was aired today at on Republic. So if anybody wants to hear that debate these two men had, it was pretty interesting. But Jeff Nyquist is still a gatekeeper and a Zionist, and I don't know. I'd like to see if you could dig some dirt up on that idiot.
Does he go by the initials J.R. Nyquist?
Yes, he does that on other platforms, but yes, that's him.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I'll take a look.
That's all I got. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, yeah. Thanks for the call, man. You have a good night.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Yeah, take care. Okie dokie. Let's go out to 980, North Carolina.
Brother man, what's going on with you, brother?
Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you too, man. Just been back in the lab. You know how I do it. I'm playing around with them with this black maggot now. I got to start trying to wake these people up and try to get these people minds open. I see they too strung out on politics. You have to get through. I see the people have to be got through politics. They want to believe it. I don't know why, but they want to bad.
People got to have something to believe in. That's the problem.
I guess. Well, no. You have to let them. You have to have them open their eyes up to the disappointment. After so long, how long do you let them disappoint you? Quit letting quit playing with the coincidence like they do us with the conspiracy theory. Quit with all the coincidences. There's no coincidence. The stuff happens that happens. But I was gonna ask you what I was calling you for was since we already really deep into this into their global agenda anyway. We're extremely deep in it. That's what the mandatory vaccines is about. That's what the hard population control, the killing us off is all about. My thing is do you think that in some kind of way, with if you can kind of understand what I'm saying, that the fight is actually in between them two, and that's basically the only thing that's really saving us right now. Is the fight is in between people that's already into that, just say the different sectors of this Illuminati or different sectors of this, I would say Kabbalah, because that is really more far towards the Gematria to me, period, because I see who's the ultimate controller of it. But like even with the Protestants and all of that, do you think that's a possibility?
Well, I suppose it's possible. That there's always a power struggle in any group. But the cabal is controlling humanity and exploiting us every day and milking us more and more and taking away more and more rights and liberties. So, I mean, maybe the point you're making is that they might have completely steamrolled us by now and gotten rid of us and it'd be nothing but AI robots serving them. But I don't know. I mean, it's possible. It's just, to me that argument, I mean, it's just another thought and idea. It's just I'm just focused on the path. Look, people, there is this faction ruling over us, lying to us every day, manipulating us, keeping you guys believing in BS like politics, when what you need to do is be seeing over here how that's not the answer, and the answer is coming together, aligning against this common enemy, and steamrolling it. And I mean, that's why I'm just on the same thing every single day, making the same point day after day. Revolution or bust.
I keep telling people this is my new thing I tell people right now. I say, quit telling somebody you're a Republican or a Democrat. You're not none of them, no way. You're just a person. First of all, them politicians out there, they're Republicans and Democrats. You're a voter. Nothing else. You have to remember that. And I think that's where people get themselves. I keep telling y'all have to quit getting personal with these people. Y'all have to start looking at the overall thing, what's going on. I mean, it's just no coincidence. None of this stuff will change. It's all theater. If you pay attention to what's going on, it is just all theater, and it's all designed to keep you frustrated. They knew how frustrated the world was going to get with Hunter Biden and all that. I said, y'all people are letting them stress you out. I don't know how that surprised you. I had no thought in my mind that Hunter Biden was getting in trouble. I don't have no thought in my mind that Trump getting in trouble.
And again, you learn what we're talking about. You just see how that's just another big joke, another big distraction, another big bait. Again, it's just a ritual. On his 137th day of his age, he's in the headlines for pleading guilty to federal charges on his 137th day. And Washington, D.C. equals 137. So does government. So does White House. So does authority. Big number in D.C. The federal city. Another ritual.
Yeah, and I tell people, I say, this is how they get into it. This is with the politics. I say, I mean, it just is impossible for you to think that they don't control both sides of these politics. I mean, how can you not see it? It's incredible. But I say it's designed to stress you out. That's what I say. I'm starting to realize that everything they do is designed to put stress on you. Hey.
Yeah, indeed. They love to manufacture stress, keeping people on a low vibration. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And that's about the final question was going to be, how much do you think that maybe even aliens might be playing a part in this?
Well, I always think that Anunnaki theory is quite interesting. So, again, people not familiar with that, is that aliens came here and created a slave race. I mean, wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, because first of all, with these numbers, almost the way that they got it with so much perfect timing and even the way they have actually planned this out, I keep telling them, I'm like, man, this thing has been in the making since the Gregorian calendar. That's at a minimum.
Have you seen the Nicolas Cage movie Knowing?
Knowing. I've watched this sparingly, not really gotten deep into it. I really wasn't that interested in when I watched it, maybe because I didn't know what to be watching it for.
So the movie's about how he finds this number code and then he's able to predict the future before it happens because he's realizing everything's happened by a numerical code. Well, at the end of that movie, he finds out that aliens came up with the numerical code. and in the end, the aliens take away the chosen children and then destroy Earth. The other movie with aliens that fits in is They Live. And again, that movie came out in a big 201 ritual with Roddy Piper. For people who haven't seen They Live, it's about when he puts on these glasses, all of a sudden he can see things that he can't see without the glasses, including who's an alien, who's a human, and he can see what like is really going on in the news, the encoded propaganda. So, anyway.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that's playing a role too, and I think that's one reason why. I mean, man, it's almost incredible how brainwashed the people is, man. It's almost it's safe. I mean, it's actually to say it's actually a gang of pieces of shit out here. I mean, just nothing for brains, and it's sad. If you can't see these numbers, like I said, like I tell the person, I say actually after a while, after I watch the news and I cut you on. Because all of it I know go by the numbers, but I know what's important because, like, even when the day that they indicted Trump, that was the same day that they came up with this news for Biden. But at the same time, they had this whistleblower about aliens, and the United States got these ships and aliens. So in actuality, the most important thing that they really had to talk about that day really was the last thing they talked about, and they got no publicity. And so, they'll say, do they try to sneak stuff in on you and actually trying to bring us closer to what I think they really going to show us, which I already know it got to be something mysterious because one thing about technology, there's nothing that the normal brain comes up with. The technology we even deal with is just further advanced than the regular mind. This period. That's why so many people, it's hard for people to even comprehend this technology. They can use it to create it as a whole different thing.
Yeah, indeed. So.
Yeah. Well, okay, brother, it was good. I'll give that call and check on you for a minute because you know how I get when I'm on one of the missions because I'm playing with numbers too.
Well, it's always good to hear from you, and I appreciate that you're always spreading the word. Thank you.
Oh man, all the time. I can't help it. You got one thing about the truth, man. It can't be denied. You can't leave the truth alone. Anybody got this knowledge and realize that it's true, it's hard to leave it alone because you start realizing how everything go by this. It's hard to even try to explain that to people. Say, no, man, everything we living by is going by these numbers. They're not reporting it to us if these numbers don't match. That's what you don't understand. Like, it's not reported to you if it don't fit the numbers. Even if you don't find the numbers right there, it goes to some set of numbers. We just don't know that, and that's why I think it was just an alien agenda, because anything I watch on TV, after a while, I can find the correlating numbers to it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, okay, brother, let somebody else get on here, man. I know it's been a while since I talked to you, but, I like hearing conversation, too. So y'all give me some more information, some more stuff to think on.
Yeah, appreciate it as always. Thank you. Keep on speaking.
Anytime, brother.
All right. You have a good night.
You too.
All right. Hey, he never calls in. What's up, Rob?
What's up, Zach?
Thanks for calling, man. What's going
on? Well, we were talking about Big Pokey and the June 18th thing with Father's Day, and my birthday happened to be on June 18th.
Happy belated birthday. How old did you turn?
37.
37.
I had some. Yeah.
I wish I could be 37 again. It sounds young. I'm on my last month in my 30s. I'm almost 40. All right, go ahead, Rob.
Right. Well, I had some unfortunate news happen. My dad called me at 7 in the morning on my birthday, on Father's Day, which they happened to line up, and he told me that he was diagnosed with cancer, and I looked at it, and I was just devastated, and me and my uncle are listening right now, and he says that I had to look it up. I type in cancer on the calculator, and it equals 44 and 37, and Father's Day equals 44, and then chemo and kill all 44, right? And
it's weird. That's weird, right? My sister, when she got cancer, she was 44 years old.
Wow. Yeah. So I'm just waiting on tomorrow. He's gonna, the CAT scan or whatever is the diagnosis is gonna be. updated, so we're just crossing our fingers and hoping it's not too crazy. But from what I heard, he's got like a 4-inch tumor in his chest or something like that, and he's having trouble breathing. So I don't know. It's really bad. But another thing is my dad's birthday is on December 21st, and my grandfather fought in World War II. His grandfather fought in World War II and died in the war in Libya on December 21st as well.
Huh.
So,
Well,
my uncle's in town. He just told me that right before the show.
I'm sorry to hear that, Rob. I was excited you were calling in because you don't normally call in, but I see, man, that's wow, on your birthday, on Father's Day. It's like, what is that about? And yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's great to hear from you, and I do plan on, if you still are going to end up doing the trip, I've been supporting the whole time, so I plan on coming out for 9/11 definitely, and I'm trying to bring a whole crew. I've been talking to Nathan and stuff. I mean, me and Nathan are planning on hanging out this weekend, so I haven't seen him in the chat tonight. I'm not sure if he's there. I haven't been paying attention though. I've been talking to my uncle, he's in town to get a surgery done on his stomach, and he's just healing up here for a while. But he's all into this stuff too, so it's cool to have a family member that knows what's up. Not too many of us out there.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Well, prayers for your father, man, and I hope he resolves it, and I hope he doesn't go the chemo route. I'd encourage him to look into other routes because, like they say, man, if the cancer doesn't kill you, the chemo will. The chemo will definitely take years off your life, and they'll charge you a fortune. But
yeah, I'm gonna fight. We're gonna fight like crazy. We're not letting him do the chemo shit. We've been talking about it. I've been buying apricots like crazy, and we're gonna try to get those kernels. Those apricot kernels, what are those, nitrillicides? Wow, it's funny, I couldn't remember that name until I'm on the phone with you. Where is that? Nitrillicides.
Look into autophagy, too. Hardcore autophagy can really shrink tumors drastically. There's miracle stories about people who've done, like, a serious hardcore water fast for a week and decimated a tumor down to nothing. So,
exactly. I've been telling him about that.
Yeah. If he can not eat food for a week and water fast for a week, I mean, there's a lot of stories about that because your body needs something to eat, so it starts eating the crap in your body that's not meant to be there, like a tumor.
Exactly.
Is your dad overweight?
Yeah. Yeah, a bit. Yeah, he's got a huge gut.
Well, then that's so he can then I mean he could do a hardcore fast for a week and he'd lose a lot of weight too.
Exactly. He was, he's a top world chef and all that, and he retired about 4 years ago. He's a golden toque chef, which is there's only 100 in the world, and it's like the secret society for chefs, pretty much.
Sure.
He got invited to that. Yeah.
He likes to eat. Yeah, he's good at cooking.
Yeah, he's like the Gordon Ramsay without the fame, pretty much.
Yeah, you calling in, I feel like it's foreshadowing for my dad. He thinks he's so healthy right now. I'm trying to get the guy to exercise, and he just won't even walk, and he has a huge gut, too, and he's like, every time I get a checkup, I'm in great health. I'm like, well, that big gut, and now you're over 70 is not good for your longevity. But, I'm sorry, Rob, but yeah, man, from everything I've read about, if you end up in that situation, that hardcore autophagy, a week-long fast, I mean, if he really wants to live, I mean, I've never not eaten for a week, but I've also never, had a huge tumor inside me. I mean, it's serious motivation. If he can do it, maybe that's the ticket.
Right, and the way we with him, he's never been. I mean, he used to smoke cigarettes and stuff, but he quit like at least over a decade ago. And he's never been a big drinker. He's one of those like 1 to 2 drinks type of guys. And then it's just food's like his heroin, is what it is. I mean, he just loves his bread, he loves his sugar, and he's diabetic now. And you were talking about that autophagy helps with diabetes and all that. So I was trying to find your video. It was one YouTube. It was the same. Remember the same day YouTube changed the update. So when you click on the video tab, you have to click on the live tab or the video, and you can't find half your videos because half the time you go live, it's usually live, right? unless you make a short video.
Right.
So I was trying to find the video on autophagy, and I couldn't find it. I'm like, Dad, you gotta check this out. You gotta check this out. Zach made a video on autophagy, and I wanted to show him it, and he's like, oh, whatever, you know. And I couldn't find the video for the longest time, and I was trying to explain it to the best of my ability. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll look into it, and he just never does. But now we're definitely.
Well, just you don't have to watch my videos on it. There's doctors that talk about autophagy. You'd probably find that more convincing anyway. Just there's all sorts of information on there. And you know, even our own National Institute of Health recognizes that autophagy can help fight cancer. They don't talk about that a lot because they don't make any money on that. But yeah,
right.
I think that might be the ticket. So
yeah, we got a lot of work to do. I've just been really anxious to hear these results and see what to do from there, because I just don't want him to talk. I don't want him to get talked into doing chemo or any stupid shit like that. I swear to God.
Well, you know that's what they're going to talk him into doing. I mean, that's what they promote: chemo. So.
Yep, cut, burning, and poisoning. They heal cancer. There you go.
Do it with him, man. Do the big autophagy fast with him. Like maybe some sun power if you guys are both doing it. But yeah, if you can get him to think about it, and if he's willing to do it, man, maybe it'll work, and then we'll have an awesome story right here in our own community.
Yeah, I definitely will. But I just couldn't get over that Father's Day 44. My 37th birthday, and cancer's 44 and 37. That is just what. Like,
well, and cancer's also 44 and 26, right? I still remember my mom called me to tell me about my sister's cancer diagnosis on June 2nd. A date that can be written 2/6. I was like, this is so weird.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. With the breast cancer thing, and it's crazy. The lady that I'm working for is this, working for this old Sicilian lady that in Mama Santa in Little Italy. And she's just screaming all day long. And her daughter has breast cancer again, lymphoma. And it's just the same day she started breaking down and crying in the kitchen is the same day I come in and tell her about my dad. And it's just like, oh my God, like everyone's got this. And I mean, I don't like, you know, I've given the vaccine talk a million times, and he went and got all those fucking shots, and here it is, you know, here it is. And I've been having nightmares about it. I'm like, dude, they're going to, I'm just so scared. I look at them like, what are these things going to do to you, you know? And then, on my birthday, I wake up to this shit, and it just makes me feel like I didn't do enough beforehand. I gave him a few
Well, you can't blame yourself, Rob. It's not your fault, Rob. I'm sure you were giving him the good advice. I mean, it sucks that your dad and the news came when it did. And, yeah, but don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. It's just like, I mean, there are parents too, right? Like, a child can only have so much influence on the parents. It's like I'm trying to motivate my dad right now to exercise, and I just see he's just so opposed. I've known that years ago when I had a good job out of college. I bought him a gym membership, and he never even went. I was mad because it cost me like $2,500. It was a nice gym membership. He never went, and yeah, I'm trying to get him to exercise right now. Now that he's retired, he's bored. He doesn't have anything to do. I'm like, well, great time to exercise, and he doesn't want to do it. So. I got him that ab thing, and he goes, oh, I'll probably break it. I'm so fat. And I'm just like, who cares if you break it? Try it out. I mean, just every excuse in the book. But yeah, so I mean, if he doesn't live that long, you know, it's not my fault. I'm here. I've been trying to help him out for the last 20 years. He's not listening. So yeah, don't blame yourself.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know. I think that's about all I had. I can't think of anything else.
Well, keep us posted. Keep us posted. I'm hoping that he's going to try out this autophagy thing, and we're going to hear about how that tumor's not 4 inches; it's down to 4 millimeters. So.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you, Zach. I appreciate the encouragement and everything else you do, man.
Yeah, but don't blame yourself though. It's not your fault, Rob.
Keep up the good work, man. Keep up the good work.
And my uncle's a fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And for the record, I'm still planning on New York 9/11, even though support's way down. I feel like it's got to happen. So I'll see you there.
Right.
Make it happen. Make it happen.
Indeed.
Definitely. I'm bringing a whole crew. So.
Indeed.
Definitely.
All right, Rob.
Man, Zach, I really appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Stay strong, man. Best wishes to your dad.
All right, bye.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night.
And you guys, I mean, that's another reminder about why the time is now always to do something, right? You never know what day you're going to wake up and the bad news is there. And it could be you. I mean, there's more and more people getting cancer at younger and younger ages. I worry about myself, just all of us should really worry about our health. Even though I eat well and exercise and take care of myself, this world's so polluted. You don't know. You don't know. So while you are here and you are healthy, make good use of the time. Let's go out to 346. 346. You're on. 346. Hello?
Yeah, Zach.
Yeah, what's up?
Man, I'm from Houston. Man, I agree 100% everything that you say, man. I appreciate you taking my call. I'm a motorcycle mechanic, and I'm around oils all the time, but my girl is she's a nurse. And at the beginning of the pandemic, I mean, they made her get that jab, right? And these past couple months, a lot of people have been falling out with heart failure. And what just happened with Big Pokey, he was actually here in Baytown. And I was going to go to his concert or whatever. And then they went to Beaumont, and that's where he passed away. But like I said, I agree everything that you say. I looked up a lot of things that you've been saying, and it all checks out. So I'm going to continue listening, and I'm continuing to support. Have a good one, brother.
Appreciate that. Thank you. You have a good night. See, I like that he did that. He fact-checked me. See, and that's what it is. I just bring nothing but facts here. Anybody who fact-checks me, they're going to have a problem debunking anything I'm saying. I might be wrong about some of my opinions, but the information I present and the things I bring up from history, they're facts. So, thank you for fact-checking. All right, let's go out to Louisville, 502.
Zach, is that me?
That's
502?
you. Yeah, that's you.
Thank you. Got a couple things. Your last call, 2 callers ago, I just heard a radio show today, very respected. Always had doctors on board, and they've always been against the jabs from day one and the efficacy of it and whatnot. But he said to his father, the doctor, and he's written a book about it. Recently, his father was diagnosed with the same condition the caller's father had, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, whatever it is. And he said that, yeah, that pretty much probably came from the jab, and that it would start in the armpit. So that would be a place to look if it came from the jab. Then secondly, I'm a Patreon, and I really like your work. I've been working on the house a lot. Has your 3rd book come out yet?
No, I'm working on it right now. I'm going to get something out here pretty soon.
Okay, I was making sure I didn't miss it, because I wanted to grab that ASAP.
I'll get it out.
And my 3rd thing was I wanted to see if you had looked into maybe decoding the Constitution or the Articles, maybe.
James Madison, 201.
Really? Okay.
The 201s are all over the beginning of the country. All over the country are the 201s. It's mind-blowing.
Wow. And then I had one final comment. Man, I've been working my ass off for 2 years now as a Patreon. Every single week, every Thursday, I just go through like the numbers for the football games and basketball games. And I mean, I consider myself a rational guy, but I cannot figure this out, man. I'm just losing like every single game, like 50-50s, lose 50, what am I doing wrong? What am I not interpreting on your...
Well, listen to the live streams. Listen to the live streams and listen to the advice that we give during the streams. If you're tuning into the streams, maybe you can't because of the work schedule, but you should
like, do the screens come through the Patreon all the time, or do I really have to go like on the Patreon channel and get it? Like I get sent to email like I do with everything else. I mean,
you should get a link. You should get a link. It's supposed to send you a link to your email when we're streaming. You should get the links for the streams.
Okay. And one last thing. I know that was the last thing, but is there an option on the Patreon to like not receive like Major League Baseball updates or whatnot? I'm not really into Major League Baseball. I can barely figure out the football, and I don't know. Just looking for.
I don't know if there's a way to turn off notifications, but I mean, you're just gonna get, if you're on
Okay.
Patreon, you're gonna get notified for everything that's
everything
on
you
there.
put up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, keep the work up. Thank you, Zach, and you have a great evening.
All right. Yeah. You have a good night. Take care.
You got it, bud.
Okay. Let's go out to 408. 408. What's up?
Hey, Zach. Just have a quick update. Hold on a second. Pull it up on my computer real quick. Okay. In a couple of weeks, I'm going to be back in the Bay Area visiting family. And I posted on Free to Find Truth in the events section for a potential meetup at the Rosicrucian Museum in San Jose. You'll like this. Its address is 1660 Park Avenue, Secret Society 166.
Right.
I think it'd just be interesting because obviously the Rosicrucians are kind of related to all the secrets in the background, I'll say. And I don't have a date yet. I said July 1st or July 2nd. Hopefully, as we get nearer, I'll decide on a date and hopefully by next TFR. But I'm just putting it out there for anyone that's close to San Jose. So not this coming weekend, but the weekend after that, either Saturday or Sunday, maybe a meetup at the Rosicrucian Museum in San Jose.
Okay. Very cool. Yeah. And you got the event on the site?
It's right. Well, I'm not sure. It's in the Bay Area Truth Seekers group in the events section.
Yeah,
there.
I see it. I went to the events section. It's there. So if you go on freetofindtruth.com, events, just right on the events tab, it's there. Rosicrucian Museum meetup. Again, it's the only event posted right now. I wish more people were putting this website to better use. Again, the real reason I pay for this website is to hopefully bring people together and have events happen in person. It's just like when I go to a place, it brings out people and instantly conversations are happening and people are I'm there and I guess I'm bringing the people together, but then people meet each other and it just instantly conversation kicking off. The point is you guys can do it without me. Just like have an event, come out, unite, organize, network, find out who's out there. And I hope some people come out to your event in the Bay Area. If I had to bet on at least one person being there, it would be Cuts. So.
Right. I'll have to talk to him.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's all I have. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Evan. Have a good night. All right. Let's go out to Seattle. 206.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? Did you see about that? Today they just the FDA approved the fake chicken.
FDA approved fake chicken, huh?
Yeah, that I don't know. I always tell people, everything is with combination. So it's cool to drink. I guess it's really not good to drink Coke.
It looks like it was approved March 21st.
Well, look at that date too.
Yeah.
But everything's in combination. Like you could drink a Coke and not die today, but if you put Coke and Mentos together, then it comes up with a reaction. So with all these different things and the things that they're putting in this food, I mean, you just have to be mindful of like the shit that really is going on and how it's going to really affect your health in the future. And I don't know. I'm out here in the Virginia area, and we literally had the skies all covered from all that smoke and stuff, supposedly from Canada. Over there in Canada. But now it's supposed to rain for 2 weeks. But I'm thinking that they're cloud seeding and doing all types of shit under our noses, and we don't even know. But that's just my 2 cents with it.
Yeah. I hear it, man. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I know what that's like to be under that weird smoke, but yeah, just the strangest times we're living in. Lab-grown meat approved by the FDA. So, I'm sure they'll say it's
And
safe and effective.
Yeah, like stay away, yeah, all that stuff. I mean, stay away from that stuff. And last thing is, on that freaking ship, that, because I peeped the stream that you had, and you start talking about the Titan. But I mean, we all got to keep our eyes open too. I mean, they just showed a picture of two guys, a bunch of people in like this pill-like thing. But that doesn't mean that it even went into the ocean. That doesn't even mean that they went into the ocean. I mean, for all we know, the Titanic could just be a landmark. And it could be some hunt for Red October shit. Later on, they could detonate a bomb that could go ahead and, bring a tsunami to the East Coast because, they've been saying that's going to happen, for some time. If you look at the dollar, the money and whatnot. So I don't know. That's just a little something out there. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but it is what it is.
Exactly. Anything they report to us, people should question instantly. So.
But yeah, thanks for taking my call, Zach. That's all I got to say.
All right, appreciate it. You have a good night.
Yeah.
All right. What's up, Ashley?
Hello?
How you doing?
What's up, Zach?
Yeah, how you doing tonight?
Good.
It's good.
Taking it easy as usual.
It's good to hear.
Yeah, so what's going on? What's new on the agenda?
Well, just a bunch more dead people, another Titanic joke, more Hunter Biden distraction. Still not enough people waking up.
Yeah, I tell my friends, and man, this is just a psyop. There's something else going on, but they're not telling you about.
Yeah. Yeah. It always is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just listening as usual, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that you're always listening. So thanks for being out there and thanks for checking in tonight, friend.
Yeah, I always do, man. Bless.
All right.
One love.
Appreciate that.
Oh.
Look forward to you next week. All right, you have a good night.
All
right.
You too.
Okay. Now, the thing is, we don't have anybody else on hold. So if anybody else wants to call in, there's no wait. 213-233-3998. Again, 213-233-3998. And let's read about this GMO approved chicken. So, I mean, how many of us are already eating this without even realizing it? I'm sure Tyson is all over it. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration issued a no-questions response to Good Meat, marking the company's lab-grown chicken products safe to eat. I told you, safe and effective. We have no questions at this time regarding Good Meat's conclusion that foods compromised of or containing cultured chicken cell material are as safe as comparable food produced by other methods. Maybe it's because the other methods that are so common, like Tyson's mass factory farming, isn't all that healthy either. The FDA said in a March 20th letter to the company. So it was 3/20, okay. The FDA's letter clears a crucial step in bringing Good Meat to restaurants and retail in the U.S. Good Meat, it said in a statement Tuesday, adding that it is now working with the U.S. Department of Agriculture on necessary approvals. Good Meat, the cultivated meat division of food technology company Eat Just Inc., is dedicated to making sustainable, safe meat from animal cells instead of slaughtered animals. I mean, the idea does seem nice. I got to say, the idea seems nice. But as they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The FDA's move comes just months after Upside Foods received the FDA's first regulatory green light to sell cultivated meat, poultry, or seafood in November 2022. Remember, 2022 is the year that Soylent Green is set in. Soylent Green with Charlton Heston. Good Meat Good Meat's chicken product previously received approval in Singapore, making the company the first in the world to receive approval on multiple continents. Singapore. That's where they give you a beating. Some bamboo sticks. Good Meat plans to initially sell its product at the 30 restaurants owned by world-renowned chef and humanitarian Jose Andres. The future of our planet depends on how we feed ourselves, and we have a responsibility to look beyond the horizon for smarter, sustainable ways to eat. Good Meat is doing just that, pushing the boundary on innovative new solutions, and I'm excited for everyone to taste the result, Andres said in a press release. Cultivated meat is derived from a small sample of animal cells that are fed nutrients and grown in steel vats before being processed into cuts of meat. According to Good Meat, 70% of Singaporeans who tried Good Meat's cultivated chicken said it tasted as good or better than conventional chicken. Nearly 90% of those diners said they would have substitute conventional chicken with cultivated chicken. Well, there it is. Who could deny it? Let me check. He said today. So maybe that was part of the process. Maybe today the update. See, did we get an update? All right, yeah. So okay. So that was part of the process. The news on March 20th. Then today, U.S. approves chicken made from cultivated cells. So now it's official. So 3 months later. First headline March 21st after the letter on March 20th. Now 3 months later. Somebody says in real time, can I look into the death of Clark Haggans? Clark Haggans of the Pittsburgh Steelers dead today. Let's see. Clark Haggans dead at 46. Okay. Do I need to elaborate on 46? Because I know we were talking about it at the beginning of this stream. Sacrifice 46, Catholic 46. He's a Steeler. Now, the Steelers are the only team in the NFL that are owned by a Jesuit family, the Rooney family. They are Catholic. So, that's the first thing that stands out here. Clark Haggans dead at 46. Dead on June 20th. That date can be written 20/6 like 206. In Jewish gematria, sacrifice equals 206, whereas in the cipher we typically talk about, sacrifice is 46, so you have a double sacrifice connection there. My mind is slipping right now. Here, let me measure from his birthday to his date of death, see if anything stands out with that. Born January 10th, dead June 20th. He's dead 23 weeks after his birthday in 23. Clark Cromwell Haggans. Played at Colorado. He was the 137th pick of the draft. 137 is the 33rd prime number. He died yesterday, a date with 33 numerology. It was also, remember, again, yesterday was... Yesterday was the 137th day at Hunter Biden's age. The Bidens got the Pennsylvania connection as well. Drafted in 2000, so he's dead 23 years after being drafted in the NFL. 23 weeks after his birthday. Football equals 83, the 23rd prime. 23 chromosomes from each parent for a total of 46. Dead at 46. He won Super Bowl XL. That was the Steelers over the Seahawks. They said that was probably the most rigged Super Bowl in the history of Super Bowls. That was won in Michigan. Michigan equals 46. So he was a Super Bowl champion in Michigan. Now dead at 46. 31 combined points in that Super Bowl, like Steelers is 31. And let's see the see what day the Steelers open the season. I imagine they play on Sunday, but let's check. Died on a Tuesday. I don't know if you guys see our sweet lady in the other room. She's really into her conversation. All right. September 10th. September 10th. Dead exactly 81 days before the Steelers season opener. Pittsburgh Steelers equals 81. So dead exactly 81 days. And remember, dead in a big 23 ritual. It's going to be the 23 season. You notice how on his profile they say, his Wikipedia says he weighs 243 pounds. If you don't use numerology, Pittsburgh Steelers equals 243. If you use numerology, it's 81. Dead exactly 81 days before the season opener. They're going to play the 49ers, who are in the NFC West like the Seahawks. That's who they beat in the Super Bowl in Michigan 46 land. And I imagine there'll be some big 50 ritual in that game between the Steelers and 49ers. The last time they met, it was a huge 50 ritual. It's because both Pittsburgh equals 50 and so does San Francisco. The last time they played each other was the year of Super Bowl 54, which was the 50th Super Bowl of the modern era. And the Niners got their 229th regular season win, beating the Steelers on 22/9. 229 is the 50th prime. That's what I mean about how there'll probably be another 50 ritual when they play again this year. Game will be in Pittsburgh. And that's just what's so sad about this, right? It's just like it's such clockwork the way they do it. That's why as soon as my first thought was let's see how many days it is from the opener. Sure enough, 81 days. I'm sure there's more to it too. You start looking at it, the records, the upcoming game, the match. You just start peeling the onion back more and more. You find out more and more why it was him who was chosen. Clark Cromwell Hagen's his full name, 86. Got 86th. Yeah, those are the main things I noticed right now. And, what race is he? I'm making the point about how many young black men die for this Catholic Jesuit cabal. Well, here's another one, Clark Hagen's. Only 46. That Super Bowl. What year was that? Time flies. 2006. So it's been 17 years and change since that Super Bowl. 17 is a big number with Masonry. Remember, Mason equals 17. Modern Freemasonry created in 1717. American football is credited to Freemasonry. From the anniversary of that game, the anniversary of that game to no, June 20th. Yeah, anyway, those are the main observations for right now. Just one correction, the news actually breaks 81 days before their season opener, like Pittsburgh Steelers 81. You could say that he died 82 days before the season opener, and the word game is 82, kind of like how in the NBA and hockey, they have an 82-game season. But yeah, R.I.P. to Clark Hagen's. Today's a span of 137 days from the anniversary of his Super Bowl win. He was the 137th pick of the draft. Okay. Amy at cracktheircode.org has a decode up on already. Her website, you guys, cracktheircode.org. Amy does great gematria research. He died on Juneteenth. Keep that in mind. Or wait a minute. Wait a minute. This article says he died Monday. The other thing said June 20th. But they saved the news for today. So, okay. Now this article's saying he died on Juneteenth. Well, if he died on Juneteenth, then that means he died 83 days before the start of the season. And there we go. Now we're back to the classic football number. Football's 83, murder's 83. So if he died Juneteenth, he died 83 days before the season opener. And then the news breaks 81 days before the season opener. Pittsburgh Steelers 81. So again, football and murder 83. The song Murder by Numbers came out in 83. Colorado equals 83. He played at Colorado. And he was found dead in Colorado. So I think that's the big thing. 83 days before the Steelers opener. Let me see. You might want to add that to your post, Amy, because I think that's really the biggest point, is that he's dead 83 days before their season opener. But yeah, she noticed that he's dead 67 days from the anniversary of being drafted in the NFL. Blood sacrifice 67. But yeah, 83 days before the opener. I think that's the big one. Yeah. Murder by Numbers, ABC 1, 2, 3. Let's see, did we get some more callers while I was jibber jabbering? Let's go out to, we got 3 more callers. 252. What's going on, 252?
Yeah, Jack, what's up? I just want to talk a little bit about, I know you've been talking about the whole Ravens thing, and I just want to talk about do you think it'll be related to the Queen if the Ravens do go to the Super Bowl?
Well, remember, the Queen only went to one American football game ever, and she saw Maryland beat North Carolina. So, could be.
Exactly. And she got the Mary in her birth name, and she there's a lot of 8 stuff with Baltimore. There's a lot, but some of the few that I just know off the top of my head is, that purple in the most simple is 88, and that's like a color of royalty. And like I said, if they do go to the Super Bowl, I think it'd be against the Eagles, and then it'd be like the same thing with Kobe wearing purple in 8, him wearing number purple in 8. The founder of Baltimore was born on 8-8. Baltimore Colts, their original name equals 88. And on top of that, just their connections to 211. You remember you was talking about how Baltimore was founded on July 30th. That's the 211th day of the year. Its official title, Province of Maryland, 211. John Harbaugh, their coach, name is 211.
Well, you know, hold on. You know what turns 95 years old the day of the Super Bowl, right?
No, what?
The Vatican.
Oh shit, the 47 prime.
Right.
Yeah. And then 211. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Baltimore 95. Vatican turns 95. February 11th, 2024.
Yep. Yeah. That would definitely make sense. And then on top of that, their deaths have been synced up with the Queen. Remember I told you the 104th pick of the draft went to Las Vegas, and he played for Maryland.
Yeah.
And he was the 104th pick, and his name is Jacorian Bennett, and he has the same birthday as Kobe, 23-8. Now, also, the Queen of England equals 238. Ray Lewis' son's birthday is August 26th, the 238th day of the year. And Lamar Jackson signed his deal with the Ravens this year on May 4th, 238 days, exactly 34 weeks after the Queen died.
What if it's not? What if it's a rematch of Super Bowl 47?
What would that be?
Super Bowl 47 was the Harbaugh Bowl. Niners, Ravens. 211's the 47th prime. Niners were in the NFC Championship last year, but lost. They didn't have any quarterbacks, so they couldn't compete. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the
You
Niners
remember
could get to 6-2 if they won the Super Bowl. Because the thing about I don't see it being Ravens and Eagles. I'm just going to shut down that Super Bowl possibility because we know black quarterbacks can only win the Super Bowl when they play on native teams, and neither of those teams are native teams, and you got two black quarterbacks. So I see a problem with that Super Bowl fundamentally. But the Ravens look like they're going to be there at this point. I'm not saying they're going to win the thing though. So.
I don't. I mean, I don't rule out the possibility. I feel that was a big clue with their first preseason game being against the Eagles, and on top of that, his son died 58 days before that, and it was on Nick Sirianni's birthday. I really kind of find that interesting. And then with all this 238 going on, and this Super Bowl 58, like I said, and Ravens got the 157th pick. 2/3, a lot of numbers. They got the big 41 connection. I mean, I'd say, like I said, it happened on Nick Sirianni's birthday. I'd say that's something to look out for. But also, he died at 28, 280 days after the Queen died, and on top of that, next season will be the Ravens' 28th season.
Okay.
And also. It was that 280 days after. That was exactly 40 weeks after the Queen died. Ray Lewis equals 40 in the most simple. That was exactly 40 weeks on the nose. And the Queen died on 9/8. Also, number 98, Tony Siragusa. M died in the purple color. M died on 9/8 before. I didn't do how long it was before the Queen died, but I'm pretty sure that'd be something. And then their whole 60 connection. Remember I told you before Tony Siragusa died, when Jalen Ferguson died, it was exactly 600 days on the nose before the Super Bowl on 6/21, which is a lot of six because that date, 6, then 21, June 21st, 21 to 6 triangular number, exactly 600 days. Their coach is 60 years old right now. Their owner was born in 1960. There's so much 60 ball. Indianapolis equals 60, where they come from. Jacorian Bennett, that dude who they drafted 104th pick who played for Maryland, his name equals 60. There's a lot of and then talking about this 28 and then talking about 60. In 1960, that was Super Bowl 28. That was the Eagles, where they broke the 52. That was the start of the 52-year drought. That was the last time they had won. It was in 1960. And now, obviously, number 52 died. But you could be right about the 49ers team because they also got Patrick Willis, the great linebacker, number 52. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was synced up. And, they signed Odell on April 9th, Easter Sunday at 4-9. So this isn't the first Sun thing that the Ravens have done because when they signed Odell Beckham Jr., it was on the Easter Sunday and with the 56 connection with Light being 56 and the Sun. So, I mean, that's, and his name, OBJ, it matched Sun. It was on the 9th, on the Sunday, Sun, 9/27. It was, this isn't the first thing they've done. And then their connections to 96, when the Queen died in 96, the founder of the Ravens died on 96, the stadium opened on 96, their first season was in 96, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot more to uncover that I could do off the top of my head, but yeah, that's all I have to share.
All right. Interesting thoughts as always. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Thank you.
Yeah, you have a good night. All right, let's go out to 559. 559. For the person in the chat that cannot speak, or maybe you can speak fine, but your grammar looks like you just got out of first grade. But if you got problems with gematria, call into the show. The number's up on the screen. Hopefully you can read numbers. All right, what's up, 559?
Yeah, exactly. You should call in, man. I don't understand why they did.
They're probably a troll.
But yeah.
It looks like they speak
exactly.
English as their fifth language. So.
Yeah, that was a great decoder before me. They're doing a smart job, but you pretty much shut them down with the Eagles and Ravens.
Well, again, I mean, because then you got two black quarterbacks, unless one of them gets hurt and they got a backup white guy in there. But again, black quarterbacks only win Super Bowls when they play on the native teams, and that doesn't count for the Eagles or the Ravens. So.
Exactly. It is interesting to think of the Chiefs to go back-to-back, but I was thinking, the Saints could possibly have a narrative, being on the Vatican's birthday.
Yeah, that's a thought. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, maybe look into that. But with the San Francisco and Pittsburgh game to start the season, like a 50 ritual would be Brock Purdy could get to 5-0 on the road. But I've been reading that he may not start the season, I guess.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, but keeping the Baltimore thing going, like a potential killing ritual, I guess, would be like a rapper. He's from Maryland, and he's 33 years old, just like rapper equals 74 and Jesus equals 74. And he was killed on the cross at 33. But it's
Wait,
rapper Logic.
what rapper was that?
He goes by the name Logic, just the one word Logic.
He's dead or not dead?
No, he's not dead.
Oh, you're just saying it could happen. I see what you're saying. It could happen. Okay.
Yeah, and Logic equals 46, just like that sacrifice. Just keeping the theme going. Well, yeah, he is from Maryland. He's at the right age right now.
Well, 34 would be the right age because Maryland and rapper are both 34.
Really? Okay, I was thinking 34 as well too.
And murder.
But
he's gonna turn 34 just before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he put out an album that was synced up with like the San Francisco floodings and all that at the beginning of this year, and it was like a 201 like a riddle with the 201, and on July 18th it's 177 days after his birthday, just like the Jesuit order equals 177. So that's the day that I'm looking for him. But yeah, you're right. If he makes it to 34. But I just want to put that out there. Maybe Jonathan, I think maybe if he looks into it more.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate that thought. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but at the rate those things do happen, you just never know.
And just smart job with the man. That was job. Just giving all that information. It was really good.
What information?
Oh, just at the beginning of the whole intro that you had this morning. I mean, like at the beginning of the stream.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, man. Take it easy.
All right, yeah, you too. Let's go out to 803. 803, what's going on?
What's going on, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
So I just got my daughter for the summer, and I was listening to TFR like I do every Wednesday night, and she started asking questions. So I started explaining to her what gematria was, and she wanted to write down all the ciphers, and I explained to her how all the ciphers worked. And it just made me think to tell everybody how important it would be to tell all of our kids this information, to teach all our kids this information. Like, we started talking about gun control, and she was like, yeah, I hope they take our guns. And that just showed me right there how much the psyops are working on our younger generation.
Exactly, and that's what I've been explaining. That's really what all this is aimed at. It's always aimed at the youth, because in no time the youth are the adults and they're the voting public, and the next thing you know, they're voting away their rights and liberties. I keep making the point about the whole Sandy Hook generation, and again, on graduation day, they even had to have a mass shooting graduation story. And I mean, again, if you were in first grade when Sandy Hook happened, you're now voting age. So
exactly. So we need to start educating all our kids. And I just wanted to say that, brother.
100%, 1,000,000%, exactly. And yeah, I mean, you couldn't blame a child for having that opinion in the world they've been growing up with all the propaganda and indoctrination, and likely what they're hearing from their teachers in the classroom who are afraid to go to work because they're most of these teachers are not awake at all, and they're believing what they're seeing on the TV. I was working in a school the day that Sandy Hook happened. That was the last year that I taught. I was at a private school, and again, on the lunch break, as everybody was glued to the TV, and oh my God, did you see what happened in Connecticut? And I mean, yeah, that propaganda, it makes waves, and it persuades minds.
Stuff the teacher tells the kids too. Exactly. Stuff the teachers tell the kids, because they don't know any better, because they believe everything they see on the TV.
Yeah, Yeah. Yeah. That's why we try to do what we do to undo what they're doing, but we're getting so censored and flushed down the drain that they're just not hearing our message. But hey, I'm glad a young one, thanks to you, found the knowledge and, maybe go over some of the mass shootings by the numbers and show her what really been going on and explain to her, like, this is why actually in the beginning of the country they gave us the right to bear arms, because sometimes governments are corrupted and that corrupt government needs to be dealt with and people need to have weaponry, because sometimes killers run governments and the only way to deal with killers is to kill them back. There is a time and a place for killing. I mean, these are the kind of lessons that need to be taught right now.
Exactly. But I'm so happy she's so intrigued about it, and I'm going to do my best to teach her all the work that you taught me, brother.
Very cool. Well, I'm glad to hear that story. That story makes my night. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Have a good one, brother.
All right, you have a good night. Take care. Yeah, see, I mean, that's indoctrination, right? What I just said, that like a lot of people, because they're so indoctrinated, they're like, no way. No way would I ever go against my government. It's America's the greatest government there. They're getting their flag right now. It's the greatest. And my Bible says I shall not kill. Okay. That's all indoctrination. Your government sucks. Your Bible's full of shit. And killers are laughing at you because they know you're not going to do anything about it. Because you swallowed all the lies. Swallowed them all. Trying to undo that over here. All right, what's up, 607?
Yo, you seen the Christmas riddle with the Nationals a day or two ago?
The Christmas? Wait, Christmas?
Yeah, this was blatant. It was just so obvious. The Nationals became 12-25 at home, staying on 27 wins for the season, exactly 27 weeks before Christmas, and Rituals 27. And Christmas is 38 in the most pure cipher. Jack Flaherty was the Cardinals pitcher against the Nationals for the Yep, I already said the Cardinals. And he picked up his 38th career win.
Yeah, DC's on the 38th parallel, too. Pentagon equals 38.
Yeah, on the 38th parallel, too. Yep. But, just against the St. Louis Cardinals, too.
Yeah, Cardinals.
That one was blatant. And they were down. The Cardinals were down 5-0 too, because the 12-25 would have hit if the Nationals lost, which they did. But the Nationals, they got up to a 5-0 lead. Washington's 50. And then one of the pitchers got out of the inning on his 49th pitch. Washington's 49. And then the inning after, the pitcher got out of the inning with his 50th pitch, and Washington's 50. So, but what's amazing is, so the pitcher got out of the inning on his 49th pitch, but how that happened was the batter hit a line drive at the second baseman, and then there was a runner on first that got caught off the base, so he threw the first and got the runner out, so it was a double play out of the inning. I'm just look at that. On the 49th pitch of the game, just like you always said, you just watch the games, listen to what the commentators are saying. Because that game, the day of this game had 68 date numerology. Yesterday had 69. And the game finished 6-8 was the score. But here's the thing. The Nationals, the first 6, the first time through the Nationals order, they were 6 for 8 with it was either a walk or a hit by pitch. But the first time through the order, 6 for 8. Because if it doesn't count as an at bat if there's a walk or a hit by pitch, it doesn't count. So and the announcer said that it's the Nationals 6 for 8 in their first time through the order. I'm just look at that. And it was the Cardinals pitcher's 117th game, the CIA number. And CIA is 68.
Well, Major League Baseball is 117, right? Probably more relevant to the sport.
I didn't catch that one. That's right. Yeah. I didn't even have that part. Yeah, Major League Baseball 117. But it was relevant in this riddle because I'm talking about 1225, Catholics in Action, 117.
Huh. Okay.
So
Funny.
Yep. But yeah, I just wanted to get that one out there because that was just a super obvious one. Just 12 and 25 at home. But that's all I got for tonight. Just follow me, listeners, if you're out there on Instagram. I'm on 44 followers right now. Get me off of that 44. Joseph 1 Dowless is my Instagram. Joseph, the number 1, and DOWLESS. And N201 on YouTube. We called that game on YouTube before it started. So congrats if anybody's seen that video and like got huge odds on the Cardinals when they were down 5-0. They're definitely gonna do the 12 and 25 at home. But thanks for taking my call, Zach, and till next time.
All
Peace.
right. Yeah, keep it up. Thanks, man. $956, you're on.
Hello, yes.
Hello.
Hello, do you hear me?
I do.
Okay, yes. So this is the first time I call. I'm always busy. And I started watching because in 2021, a petty cab driver told me about it in Austin, and at first I didn't believe it. But after just watching it every day, I kind of accept it now. But the point of my call is, I think you're being like deep censored, like just not regular censored, deep censored. And I really don't think your support is dropping. It's just being censored. Anyways, I think like an idea that I have to get the word out is maybe we could send somebody to the comedy show in Austin, Kill Tony, and I think once we send someone there and they ask, what do you do, what are you interested in, you can say Gematria. I think we could try to do that to get the word out. We would have to have someone from Austin and someone that's willing to go up there. But I think what's going to happen is that will be fucking censored. And then that will for sure show that you're being I wish I would have prepared more for the call, but yeah, that's something, an idea to get us the word out.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate the idea. Thank you.
Yeah, the show is called Kill Tony. It's a comedy show that gives people a minute to talk, and then, a couple of seconds to tell people about yourself, and, you can tell people about your life. Not you specifically, I'm just saying anybody, somebody. So maybe you, because I kind of, but yeah.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, better too. Bye.
All right, I think that was the first phone call we ever had from inside of a vacuum cleaner. I got about half the message, though, regardless. And once again, we got nobody on the line. So if you want to phone back in tonight, it is 213-233-3998. Again, 213-233-3998. And, yeah, it's okay, you guys. I figured out other ways to finance the trip around the country since the port's fallen off. I've just bought a few masks, and I might stop by a few. Oh, never mind. But let me oh, never mind. We still don't have anybody else on the line. Okay, what else is going on? Let's read about Clark Hagen's death while we wait for somebody else to phone in. Let's see the ESPN reporting on this. I'm sure tomorrow on ESPN, probably even tonight, they're doing the RIPs. Another dead young athlete, no real explanation. Happens so often, especially when they're black. Former Steelers outside linebacker and Super Bowl champion Clark Hagan died at age 46. A team spokesperson confirmed Wednesday morning. Isn't it sad, you guys, like how long we've understood what's going on? What that number means? The Larimer County Coroner's Office said in a release that it responded to a residence in Fort Collins, Colorado on Monday. So it was Monday, June 19th. So he is dead 83 days before the season opener. To investigate the death of a male who was identified as Higgins, an autopsy was completed Wednesday with the cause and manner of death pending further investigation, the coroner's office said. No foul play was evident. A fifth-round pick by the Steelers out of Colorado State in the 2000 NFL Draft, Hagan spent 8 seasons in Pittsburgh and started alongside college teammate Joey Porter on the team that defeated the Seattle Seahawks to win Super Bowl XL in 2006. Higgins had 5 tackles and sacked quarterback Matt Hasselbeck on the opening drive of the game, putting an exclamation point on a season where he recorded a career-best 9 sacks and 4 forced fumbles. If only he could have spoke out about how rigged the game was before he died. Higgins was a full-time starter during his final 4 seasons in Pittsburgh. I like how they had to bring up those final 4 seasons in Pittsburgh, and finished his Steelers career with 1 interception, 12 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries, 332 tackles, and 32.5 sacks. Again, 4 is the number of death. After Pittsburgh, Higgins spent 4 seasons with the Arizona Cardinals. There we go again. And retired after 1 final season with the San Francisco 49ers in 2012. And they opened the season against the Niners. I see. See how sick it is, man? You see how sick it is? He holds the Colorado State record with 33 career sacks and was inducted into the school's Hall of Fame in 2015. And again, he was the 137th pick of the draft, the 33rd prime. Again, Colorado's 83, football's 83, murder's 83, dead 83 days before the opener against the 49ers. Football and murder. We were talking about that with the Ravens, because the Ravens have a lot of deaths, and Ravens is also 83 like football and murder. So we don't know the cause of death, but the authorities said not suspicious. 860, how you doing? 860, you're on, Connecticut.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
How you doing? Oh, it sounds like Itachi. What's up, man?
Not much. Yeah, just had 3 things for you. You see all this Taco Bell stuff they're talking about?
The LeBron Taco Tuesday commercial?
Yeah, but also with Jokic, like when he got drafted, it was during a Taco Bell commercial.
Oh, Jokic got drafted during a Taco Bell commercial, huh? I'll remind you all, Taco Bell is the only fast food chain that has 201 in its gematria. Some years back, they were doing the Taco Bell Illuminati commercials.
Yeah, and the golfer who won, Wyndham Clark, he won this Sunday. His name equals 191. It was 191 days after his birthday.
I saw that, yeah.
Clark equals 18. He wins on the 18th, but he's, you know, it's funny. One of my parents called me and they're like, did you know he's from Denver? And, you know, Denver wins and then he wins in golf.
How about Clark from Colorado dead the next day, Clark Higgins?
Yeah. Just I'm just finding this out in the chat right now. Another just sick example of them doing that kind of triangle of. Sometimes they do it with the NFL, like we saw with Scotty Scheffler and.
Well, and then he's dead on Monday, right? That's the news broke about the dead rapper and the Juneteenth concert in 46 Land, Houston, Texas, and then you got another young dead black entertainer. Yeah. I mean, I began the show just talking about dead black men and how often it happens, and the number 46, and then mid-show some more news breaks to just cement the point, and it annoys me though, because I'm just like, how doesn't the whole world know about this? I mean, this information should be viral.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I know the forces are working against you a lot with the suppression, and they're probably, I think more people are actually viewing your Patreon now. It's just less people are paying to access it. Like, you have a bunch of people who are like having groups and like, okay, I'll share the link with you, and
Yeah,
here's the
yeah,
stuff.
that very well could be.
And I don't know if you have the setting where you can charge them when they join instead of charge them per month. I had to change mine to that because some people will just join and at the last day just hop off. So if you can get in your settings and change it to charge upon joining, that may help.
Yeah, I made mine so now you just get charged the day you join, and then it's recurring for whatever day of the month you join. So if you joined on the 15th, your bill date would always be on the 15th. I set mine up like that now.
Okay, nice. And even with that, it's like people still have problems. It's like I got people who are like, it's asking me to sign up, asking me to join, even though they're like part of it already. So yeah, you're working against a lot of forces, but yeah, the word should get out there more. I think a lot of people like to hold your attitude and stuff, like your personality flaws or whatever, against the work, because that's the only really argument I've seen against it. They can argue the cipher things, but it's like when you have words like witch and broom or judge and gavel, that kind of just throw that theory out the window of it not being relevant, or you show kind of day after day how like all the four ciphers are used. I don't know, it's irrefutable. So it is frustrating, and I think it's kind of like the best analogy I can think of is like MVP voter fatigue. It's like they're not going to vote LeBron the MVP every year. People aren't going to like come to this every time because people are instant gratification. Like they need that kind of, like, some people look at it as like a get rich quick, or find out all the answers after coming across it. And once they find out like a year in, or a few months in, they kind of give up on it. Like I told you, that roommate I had from high school who, like, I had no idea he was following it, but once the like Lakers Nets prediction was wrong, he's like, oh, I'm done with this. There are a lot of people like that, and it's sad, but it's just reality. And I don't know how you really combat that, but the best thing you can do is what you've done, not give up, still go out, expand, give other people platforms, and eventually it'll break through. But yeah, that's kind of all I had today.
I honestly don't know. I mean, it was breaking through for sure in 2016 and 2017, and I mean, it's dead right now. I mean, there'll have to be some new platform that people actually go to, or I don't know. Somehow we need like a billionaire to get behind us, and so we can advertise all day everywhere. That's probably not going to happen. But
I don't know. It always goes up during like the football. Like if you, like, honestly, if you were just to go on like one of those tears you went on before, like it's annoying how much it's tied to with the sports and stuff like that. That's why, like, when you go out on the road and you're not doing it, it's like it significantly drops off, because you do have people just still in it just for that. But
yeah, that's why that one loser, he's always trying to make it like he's always making videos like Zach has all these subs and he's not creating the. It's like, dude, people don't support the work for any of the ideas I have. They support the work to get sports picks. That's like, yeah, they don't like. It's just like exactly when I go out and drive across the country, all the support falls off because they didn't get their sports picks for the week. So anyway,
yeah, no, you got a tough dilemma. I think ultimately, to grow, you got to delegate some of that. It's hard to trust people, as you know, but I think some of the work you can kind of outsource to a degree, and kind of utilize that more and focus on growing it, or what could reach new people the best. But also, be able to cover the day-to-day and not have that drop off. I think that would ultimately help you. But yeah, like I said, that's kind of all I got. Keep up the good work, and I think it'll come through.
All right. Appreciate it, Itachi. Have a good night.
All right, man.
All right, later.
You too. Bye.
All right. Evan called back in. He must have something else to say. Evan?
All right, so I had to call back in. I had some extra thoughts. So we know this is being 2023, and we know this is kind of the year of Skull and Bones with 223. And in regards to all the Florida teams losing in sports this year, and the theme around them losing is 41 or 4-1, however you want to call it. Like, you had Miami and Florida Atlantic losing in the Final Four on 4/1, and Miami lost to Connecticut, where Skull and Bones is from. Then you had the Miami Heat losing 4-1 in the NBA Finals, and the next day you had the Florida Panthers losing 4-1 in the Stanley Cup Finals. And they both the Heat and the Panthers lost to teams that have some sort of cross in their logo, going with the skull and crossbones theme. And of course, skull and bones equals 41, like all those three connections, or all those three events had either lost 4-1 or it was on 4/1. Now in college baseball, University of Florida just punched their ticket to the finals, where they'll either be playing Wake Forest or LSU. And I mean, maybe I'm not sure. I haven't really looked that much into it. I don't know. I don't really know if they're going to win it all or not. But what's interesting is that if they do play Wake Forest, Wake Forest, and if Florida beats Wake Forest 2-1, Wake Forest will finish the season on 56 wins, and skull and crossbones equals 263, the 56th prime. But I went also, in regards to 41, I wouldn't be surprised if the final score of the final game is 4-1 or something like that.
Yeah, that could definitely be.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to throw those 41 skull and bones things with Florida losing, and also Florida. There's 3 states that have crosses in their flags, and well, I'm not necessarily talking about a like a Christian cross, but just any sort of like things where lines are crossing. And Florida does, I can't remember what the other 2 states are. I was just looking at it. But Florida does have a cross in their flag, similar to the Confederate cross. And I'm looking at Wikipedia, their flag was adopted on May 6th in history, so 5/6.
Okay. Alabama's got a big old X. Alabama. Florida has that same X with a logo in the middle. Hawaii looks like it's the new United Kingdom. And I'm looking at all the state flags real quick. It's been a minute. I know Washington State's the only flag that's green. There it is. Maybe those are your 3: Florida, Alabama, Hawaii. Well, New Mexico's kind of
like the same.
New Mexico's kind of got a cross design going.
It looks like it's Florida and Alabama, and then I guess Mississippi as well. So the 3 southern states.
Well, what about Hawaii? You don't count that as a cross? What's got going on in the corner?
I guess technically, I mean that's more of just homage to the Great Britain / United Kingdom.
Yeah. The 50th.
All right.
I
just wanted to get those extra thoughts in there. So, thanks again for having me on a second time.
Yeah, no problem. All right, have a good night, Evan. That's what happens when you come out to pound pavement. You just get those privileges. What's up, 818?
Hey, Zach, how's it going?
How you doing?
Doing well, brother. I just want to let you know, I guess on Juneteenth, rapper Big Pokey died at the age of 45 on Juneteenth on stage, I guess. And his last album was, what does it say here?
Well, hold on.
It was,
Hold on. Thanks for just again. I opened the show talking about this in a big way. He didn't die on Juneteenth. He collapsed on stage June 17th. He died June 18th. The news broke on Juneteenth. So yeah, that's how I opened the show. You might want to rewind and go back and listen to everything I said.
Absolutely. You saw the last his last album title?
Oh, what was it?
Was the biggest pit in the litter, like Pittsburgh?
Okay.
Connecting it. I found it through the Pittsburgh death.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's interesting though, because Clark Hagen's died on that day, the day that the news of him broke. Yeah, you're right. The biggest pit in the litter, and then Clark Hagen's of the Pittsburgh Steelers is dead the day his news breaks. Okay, I like that connection.
Google pieced that together for me. Pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah.
All right, thanks, brother.
All right. Yeah. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too, man.
All right. He definitely missed the beginning of the show. That's all right. 562. What's up?
Hey, Zach, I'm actually working right at the moment and just trying to catch you into the show. So I'll talk to you next week, buddy.
All right. Have a good one.
Okay.
All right. Missouri, you're on. Missouri.
Hey, Zach, how's it going?
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing all right, thank you.
Hey, I was wondering if you receive text messages on your phone?
To the, are you
for the
talking
number
to the
that-
509 number?
3998.
Oh, no. That number I only use on Wednesday nights to connect to the TFR call board. That's not my number. I just use it on Wednesday night to use the call board.
Well, the reason why I asked is because I made a little board to help you with the Gematria.
Yeah, you can text you can text it to my 509 number.
Okay.
It's the one that I normally use when I do my other shows. 509-560-4982. 509-560-4982. If you text it there, I'll get it.
509-560.
509-560-4982. Indeed.
Okay. I'll send it to you now.
All right. Anything else going on?
Yeah, I wanted to send it to you because it's the summer solstice, and it has a lot to do with the way they structure Gematria for the alphabetical order, and then the reverse order as well.
Okay.
Well, at least it's been helping me decode a lot of things a lot easier.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
some of the rituals that they do in terms of the numbers, the opposing numbers, and where the planets are, and zodiacs and things like that, time of the season.
If you have.
Okay.
I also made a video. I don't know if you're willing to play videos, but I had made a video. I was going to send it to you, but I haven't had a chance. But I did post it on YouTube. I don't know if you play videos live on the show.
I can play it. It doesn't have copyright stuff in it, does it?
No, just a bunch. This is really like a PowerPoint type thing, and I think the music is free.
Okay. Well, the only problem is like if it's visual, the majority of this audience, I know I am streaming on YouTube, but the majority of this audience is just listening on the radio on TFR. So might be better for me to show it later. But yeah, if you want to send it over, I'm happy to show it.
Yeah, and like I said, I made it for today. Just to teach people about what today means and how that ties in with the nature and everything.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for your text messages that come through yet, but yeah, send it over.
But that was 509-560-4982.
Yep.
Yeah, I sent them over.
You did?
Yeah.
Or hold on. No, hold on. It just came. Actually, it just came.
Okay.
Here, I'll put it on my Twitter so people can see what you sent me. I'll get the visual up on the screen and you can explain it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's up.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can make any sense of it, but it shows you how they get the numbers and how it goes around in the wheel.
Okay, you got Sun 33, June 21st.
Yeah, so the way it works, it's called the alphabet zodiac wheel. Is A is the first letter, so I have the number 1. B is the second letter, and C is the third. And the thing is, if you go around, as you start going in like sort of a Fibonacci sequence, if you go all the way to 26Z, and then you start re-going again because it's a continuation, you go A, B, C, D, E, F, and G is the 33rd letter, if that makes sense. And that's according to and the sun follows that cycle as well through the months, because Gemini, today is the last day for that. Tomorrow's Cancer, so 7. I did the math, and each letter has about 10.3 days or something like that for the sign and for the week. And as the day it ends, it begins the letter H, and so that'll have 10 days of rain in Cancer. If that makes sense. G goes into Cancer.
Okay.
And then you'll follow the sun around that as well. And I also have the planets in their location at the moment. And right now, Saturn's in Aquarius. That's the letter 23. And Jupiter is in Aries or somewhere around there.
Okay.
Yeah. And so it also works as a clock. Like if you see all the way to the left, sunrise and then sunset. So everything above that is the daytime, and everything below that is nighttime.
Okay.
Does that make sense? But it also works in the seasons as well. Like if you look down at the bottom, it says December 21st, the T. And as you know, on December 21st is the solstice day when Jesus is crucified on the cross, the letter T. And what's strange about that was if you go in reverse order back the other way, the T is 33. And Jesus dies at 33 on the cross at T. That makes sense. And you know how, I don't know, the Tate brothers always talk about they're the top G. And you know, the 33rd degree G for the Masons. That's what it means. It's all kind of like this solar thing. Because it ties in, they got the letters from the zodiac, and they got the numbers from the zodiac as well. So it just ties in.
I see.
If that's making any sense.
I see. So how did you assign 33 to sun though? Like how did that part work?
Today is the summer solstice, which is the sun's highest point in the sky. Like every day it goes up a degree, like certain levels.
I get that.
If you take a picture.
I get that, but so you're saying it's the highest degree, like Masonry's highest degree is 33, and it's the sun's highest point. That's why it's that?
Yes.
Because
on Gemini between Cancer, if you watch the video that I sent you, I tie in a bunch of this stuff. And I just made it's a quick video. I think it's like 2 minutes or something, but I just made it with my phone. I don't really do YouTube videos, but I meant to send it to you.
Okay. Yeah, and it's very interesting. So I'll watch the video.
What's interesting about this is I was tracking the planets, and when the Rams played the Bengals, Jupiter was in Pisces. And if you understand Masonic teachings like the Bible and stuff, Jupiter and the sun, they run on the 12 is together, right? And when Jupiter was in Pisces, it reached completion of its 12-year rotation, which was the year of the tiger.
Okay.
And that's when the Bengals played in the Super Bowl. But the reason why I think they lost is because I also track Saturn. You can see Saturn right now is in Aquarius between the W and the X. That year, it was on the T on December 21st. It began its reign in Capricorn, and it lasted for about 2.5 years there. And Saturn reigned supreme in the planetary sphere, so I think that's why they put the Rams in the Super Bowl against Jupiter, which also completed its cycle at the same time, because when Saturn starts ruling in Capricorn and Aquarius, it begins that rule. And I've also even tied it into soccer too, because they did a lot of rituals with this with Messi. As soon as it hit that T there, I've been tracking Messi with Saturn, because Saturn takes 30 years to go around the wheel. And as soon as it hit that T, they send him to PSG instead of wearing the number 10. He gets the number 30. He stays in PSG for about 2.5 years, and then now it's in Aquarius. They're sending him to Miami, which is ironic because the M begins to reign in Libra, and the planet Saturn is exalted in Libra.
Huh.
And I also think that's why Argentina won the World Cup, because that all ties into that Saturn being in Capricorn. If you know the what's it called? The tropics. There's the Tropic of Cancer. If you see it at the top on the wheel, they're opposing to each other. So the Tropic of Cancer is to your top right, and the Tropic of Capricorn is on the bottom left. And so around when Saturn was here, they had the World Cup down at the bottom when it was in Capricorn. And that's when Argentina won the World Cup. And I also believe that's why they keep having Brazil win as well, because Saturn has dominion in Capricorn, if any of this is making sense.
Well, it just, I'm not real great with astrology, so I mean, it's a little bit complicated. I thought it was easy to understand why they won the World Cup the day after the Pope's birthday, after he turned 86, and they last won it in 86. Argentina over France. Yep. He's from Argentina, Pope Francis.
Yeah, it all ties into this as well. It all starts tying into this zodiac wheel. And like I said, my video, if you wanted to play it, I could explain it as well while it's playing.
Okay. Yeah.
For if people want to view it afterwards or something.
Sure. Yeah, I'll have to do another stream on that, but yeah, we can do a separate stream on that.
No problem. Yeah, like I said, yeah, today's an important day for them on that 33G.
I know Gemini has Gematria 33 as well. Gemini.
Yeah, that's because it leads you to the 33 on the it's a Fibonacci sequence. And then the Fibonacci sequence, as you go around, if you type that in on Google, the Fibonacci sequence ends at 34. After 33, it's the G. The G is, after the G is the H, that's 34 in the continuation. But it's also the 8, and 8 is completion. So as you're going around and around, it's just telling you that you're supposed to be going in a circle, if that makes sense.
That's what they got us doing, going in circles. All right, well, yeah, I'll watch the video and we can do another stream on it. And when I do that, you're more than welcome to call in and add some more narration. So I appreciate it.
Oh yeah. All right, awesome. Thanks, man.
All right, yeah, have a good night.
You too.
Okay, very interesting. 602.
The number 10 was the most sacred of all, called the perfect number. And many Pythagoreans even refused to meet in groups larger than 10 out of respect for the number 10. A triangle made of 10 dots was the symbol for their movement. There are many types of numerological methods today which claim to be rooted or inspired by Pythagorean numerology. And one of the most popular practices today is assigning all the letters of the alphabet a number, 1 through 9, and deriving the numbers that are in your name, then calculating those numbers in various ways until you end up with one final number or a set of numbers which supposedly have special meaning and tell you something about your personality or your future or your life. Another convention is to use an upside down triangle to add up the digits of your birthday and then continue to calculate the numbers in other frivolous ways until you have one number which supposedly has special meaning and can give you insight about your life. Here's another process used to derive meaning from your birthday.
Okay, so we have February 28th, 1954. So February is 2, the second month. We have 28, and we have 1954. So how numerology works, if you keep adding together, so 2, that's just one digit. 28 is 2 plus 8, 1 plus 9 plus 5 plus 4. What does that equal? 1 plus 9 is 10, plus 5 is 15, plus 4 is 19. 19. And then we keep adding again. We got 2, we got 10, we got 92, 10, 1 plus 0, 1. Okay, 1 plus 9, plus 1 plus 9, 10. Good.
Okay, I guess that was some attempt at trolling, but yeah, Pythagorean gematria. Pythagoras thought number 9 was God. And remember what's magical about 9? All the things that are so interesting about 9. If you add 9 to any number, its numerology does not change. If you multiply any number by 9, its numerology becomes 9. And there's the 9 trick with your fingers. Again, you guys remember the 9 trick with your fingers? If you put your fingers in front of you like this, and you drop your first finger, so left to right, you got 9 fingers remaining. That represents 1 times 9 is 9. If you drop your second finger, representing 2 times 9, it becomes 18. You have 1 finger up, 1 down, and then you have 8 fingers up, so that it is 1, 8 like 18. You drop your middle finger, 3 times 9 is 27. You got 2 fingers up, a finger down, then 7 fingers up, 2, 7. Again, it's like that for all your fingers, 36, 45, 54, 63. So anyway, the beginning of that recording, whatever that was, talking about the Pythagoreans, Pythagorean gematria. Derek on the calculator renamed every cipher, which I don't understand why he did. I mean, really simple English gematria is called, or what he calls ordinal is really simple English gematria. What he calls reduction is really Pythagorean, and then it's just reverse simple English, reverse Pythagorean. But yeah, and again, just like Manly P. Hall, he suggests that is the cipher. And again, we see the rituals. You know that cipher, you can see right through them. Let's go out to 513. 513, you're on.
Got 9 fingers.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? You might want to mute your video.
Yo. Hold on.
2 times 9.
What's up with it, man? I came late. I don't know if you already found out that today is the 172nd day of the year, and Ocean Gate, the submarine that supposedly missing, is 172 in reverse. I don't know if you caught that or not.
Oh, no, I didn't notice that. Good observation. Ocean Gate 172, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's the 170th day of the year, and supposedly it's the longest day of the year. I think that too, but
yeah, summer solstice.
Yeah. I don't know if you caught that.
Okay.
But yeah, that's it for real, though. Just, keep it up. But I'm on Patreon too. Stop laughing, man. He's fried. But nah, that's it, though.
Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the work.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You have a good night. Let's go out to Phoenix 602. Or wait,
Thanks for joining me.
As
I said at the beginning,
it's the same damn troll.
Convert was.
Okay. Well, it wasn't the worst trolling attempt. The recording was halfway interesting until we got to the fast forward thing. All right, well, we're out of callers for now. The only one who's phoning in is the troll at this moment. But yeah, another good broadcast, good calls, and we open up the show talking about dead young black men and the number 46, and midway through the show we get another example. And it's really like that day after day, isn't it? I mean, it's just like last week, TFR, we're talking about the Ravens and all the deaths. Then the next day you wake up and Ray Lewis's son's dead. Of course, Ray Lewis, the Raven. And, I mean, this work's always been that way. The things we're talking about, I mean, you blink your eye and then boom, there's another example of exactly what we were saying. So, caller just called in the other week. He's like, they always got to bring up something about the Titanic. Boom. Next thing you know, the Titan missing on its Titanic voyage. We've always talked about the book Futility Record, the Titan, how it foreshadowed the crashing of the Titanic 14 years before it happened. Written by Morgan Robertson. J.P. Morgan got off the Titanic before it set sail, but the 3 other billionaires didn't. So, let's see. Cole Lewis says, Zach, please never get down. I've learned so much since I discovered you, and I always trip on all the people that are... Uh-oh, where'd it go? All the people that are getting into this. I'm finding that a lot of people are waking up right now. Huge. All right, Cole, I appreciate it. J Money, thanks for the super chat. I guess I thank you to the super chatters. You guys were generous. We raised $76 during the stream. J Money says, Zach, we need a dedicated group that is willing to relocate out of the states that are knowledgeable enough to create agriculture with bare minimum. Yeah, we're going to have to do it with the bare minimum. And, yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the way out of this place. You got your own community, your own agriculture, and a way to defend yourself, too, from these tyrants. They might come. They might come. Hot 5 says, what's the gematria on Baby Jessica? What's Baby Jessica? Is that another story? I'll get back to the market thing, but again, I mean, the last thing that was worth talking about is June 8th. There's always a big market ritual when the 68 numbers come up. They declared a bear market on June 8th. Carvana shot up 56% that day. It's stock ticker 68. I mean, it's the same thing every day. There just wasn't a lot of involvement in the group, and it was frustrating to me to see that there was so little involvement for learning about that as there is sports gambling, and it just kind of made me not want to do it. So, but for everything that I taught there in the time, you can still go on and access that information. The same stuff's going on every single day. I mean, the market's rigged the same way the sports games are. It's in those stock tickers. The tickers that have the gematria that corresponds with the day, they're the top performing stocks every day. Carvana's ticker equals 68. Again, it shot up 56% on 6/8. So what I need though is a way to pull every stock ticker and have like the gematria already, decoded so that I can just sort by the number for the day. And yeah, that would be a really helpful tool for taking advantage of the market rather than do the grunt work every single day. But yeah, for the people who want more market stuff, I'll do it again. It's just I didn't see a lot of involvement with it, and it's just annoying because I'm like grinding more than ever right now, and support just falling off. Sports every day, market every day, driving all over the place, and then as I do all that, just the support just falls way off. So from my point of view, I'm like, okay, the more I work, the harder I work, the less support there is. Okay, I'm not going to do this. Anyway. Okay, let's see. Do we have any last calls to take us out of here? We got Kansas City. 816, you're on.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh yeah, what's up, Zach? I was wondering if you was thinking about coming down to KC and pound the pavement on the opening day in the NFL season with the Chiefs versus the Lions. I don't know if you was able to do that or what.
Yeah, I'd love to come down to Kansas City and talk about all the rigged Super Bowls in recent years for KC. And we could talk about the death of Norma Hunt and, Len Dawson last year and why they're at the White House. Probably not going to be on opening day, though, because I'll probably be in the New York area at that time. But perhaps, here, let me see the Chiefs' schedule. Because if I'm driving laps, maybe I head to the Midwest after that. Let's see. Hold on. Kansas City Chiefs schedule. Let's see when their home games are in September. Opener September 7th. They're hosting the Detroit Lions. Wow, hosting the Lions. That's not what you would think they would do. Unless the Lions are up and coming this year, they kind of maybe they're ready to turn the corner. Okay, they're at home September 24th versus the Bears. Be a good team to talk about. The Bears, Chicago 46 with the revolutionary 4-6 defense, win the Super Bowl 46-10, their only Super Bowl. September 24th though. Yeah, I would like to do that. I just don't know if the time is going to be quite right. I guess if I drove diagonally from LA to New York, I could go through KC September 7th. I'll think about that. I'll see if there's a way to work that one in. It's not a bad idea.
All right, shit. Just let me know. I can get me and a couple more people down there. We'll definitely come pound pavement with you down there.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. I appreciate that. I'm going to keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, you have a good night too. Take care.
All right.
All right. Oh, damn, this show's over. It's just we don't even hear the sound. It's totally over. Air 516. I'm going to the next person's show. She got to be real quick. 516, if you want to say something real quick, do it real quick, and then we got to end this show.
Okay, I have the website you need for your ticker symbols.
Okay.
All right, you want to type it in? It's ALEKTRION.GEMATRO/.
AlekTryon.github.io.gematrio.
Yeah, and that you can go to the tab where it says export after you make a bunch of things down in your history, and you can export it to a file and then save that file. And then next time you go to the website, you can import it, and then you'll have all those symbols right there that you want, that you're looking at. And then there's
I gotta type in 1 million stock ticker numbers.
Yeah, you can put them all in, and it'll save it.
I'm not going to type 1 million stock ticker numbers. I just need something that pulls the tickers and just does it automatically. I'm not going to sit here for a month and grow a 50-foot long beard typing in every single stock ticker symbol. No way.
Well, I've already done it for all the cryptos, and it's in a file.
Well, all the cryptos isn't that many. All the stock ticker symbols is 1 million. So, big difference. All right, appreciate it, man. Thank you. Okay. All right. Got to end the show right there. And last week we did 2 hours of overtime. I can't do that this week. Yeah, Top Secret says we gotta reinvigorate the movement. Again, the reason the movement stayed invigorated before is because we were reaching new people. Now it's impossible to reach new people. So I don't know what to do. Go out and pound pavement and even more people fall off. It's just yeah, I don't know what to do. What's up, Jeff? Jeff.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. What's going on?
We got DK on the line. He's in the grocery store somewhere.
Okay.
I'm in the store with my dad. So Jeff, you open and do the monologue, and then I'll chime in.
Alrighty, then there. Mute your phone.
Okay.
How are we doing? How's everybody in the chat?
I think they're mostly good in the chat.
Well, boy, do we have stuff to talk about this week. I'll start with the fun and mind blowing. So, people know I have a tour to Australia coming up, right?
Indeed.
And it's coming up fast. And to travel outside the country, you need a passport. True? Last time I checked.
Yeah.
So when I got back off the tour, and it was a pain because I didn't have a car at the time because I was, relocating to Henderson here. And I had to have people drive me around. I went down to the courthouse. It was closed for 3 days for voting, no passports. I would go to the post office. They're closed. FedEx is like, it's a Ponzi scheme. It's got it's a Ponzi scheme. It's got different levels that they rip you off at different prices for expediting. So I finally found this the courthouse, the city hall actually, in Henderson's beautiful. And I went in there, there was only 8-10 people, and I filled out and got it expedited, paid $190 to get it expedited, right? So I don't know how many weeks went by because they're it's going to be, and it was long. So it was several weeks, and it's just ticking by and getting closer to the tour. And I'm so nervous about getting this passport in time because tickets have been sold, radio ads, plane tickets have been bought for the whole crew banding, So I was kind of freaking out there. Then I get the letter in the mailbox that my passport's been denied. Right?
It's been denied?
Yeah. So because I have $300,000 plus of back taxes, because just to catch people up in our family business, we talked about it. And man, DK, we've discovered something trippy about the logo that they're using on their new website. It's out of the family now, but that's for another discussion. Our family, my brother and I always had an inheritance in this company. So when I was, even in Megadeth, I was always writing their tech sheets, always working for the company. I worked my way up from janitor in 6th grade to CEO, and not by choice. When my parents passed and the company was left, first to my mom, I had to help her. That's when I went to Wharton, and we've talked about stuff that we've learned there, truth stuff that people taught me there. And I helped her, and we got it stable, and that's when I did the Brazilian project and moved to Brazil for a few years. And then, my mom passed away from cancer, and a decade later, I had to go back and do it again so as not to lose my inheritance. And once the company was stable, and all through all these years, through my whole life, because the company is doing, if we got Miami Airport in Miami, and Albuquerque Airport, and Procter & Gamble in Cincinnati, and Cleveland Clinic, and U.S. Steel, and Shell Oil. These are all states that taxes have to be filed in when you're doing business. So every year, my brother, even when didn't go in the company and weren't working there, we had to sign like a mountain of tax papers. So I was always on the radar, always, you know, we had a big 6 accounting firm, always by the book, right? Until I caught my brother in some shady shit and forced the sale of my stocks after the company was kind of stable, and I kind of left him in control of stuff. I was out teaching at MI, and I ended up going back to Ohio, and I had a girl I was seeing back there, and my intuition told me to check out some paperwork in the office, and I caught him in some shady shit that finally forced the sale of my shares when I was out, and they couldn't pay me off at once, so they paid me like $200,000 and a half, something like that, and then they were paying me $9,000 a month, every month for like years to pay me off, right? You know, years and years, 6, 7, I don't know how long it went on, and they still owed me $500,000 when my brother jacked the company. I left it in his care. Finally, I was sick of doing it, and I had my music stuff going, and he tanked it, and I was left living on change in a jar, right? So all through that time, once I sold my shares, I stopped paying taxes. You know, I had child support, and it just was a choice, like, do that and survive, or, you know, because the taxes would have been crazy. So in the end, in all the years, it's like over $300,000. So no passport, no tour, right, everybody? Well, not necessarily. So, and I wouldn't recommend this to everybody. I mean, and you gotta, I'm just telling the story to like give an alternate point of view, because everyone's so afraid of the IRS, and most people don't really know how to deal with the IRS. You know, I told you before, I called him on my radio show and tried to get the lady to send me the law, and I was super polite. I was just like kind of an educational thing. I want to teach my listeners about taxes and government, and I just want to get a copy, and she melted down on my show. So, you know, I've had a long history of this. So imagine how freaked out I was when my passport was denied, and I haven't told my band any of this, and I couldn't tell them because, like, and my girl would flip out. She would have flipped the fuck out, right? Because she's a rule follower and real big on
Sure.
this kind of stuff. And she was stressed. She even told me, like, you know, when she came to visit, she goes, "I can't believe you waited till the last minute." I said, "I didn't wait till the last minute. It's just the passport process is so slow." And so anyway, she didn't even know about the denial. But so what are you going to do? Your passport's denied. You got a tour coming up in less than 4 weeks. And it said in the letter, you know, you got to get payments set up, and the IRS has to clear you. So imagine what a hassle that process could be. So I called, I think the first day, and started talking to people, and they qualify. You got to give your name, social security number, and they want the last address where you filed taxes. And geez, I've lived like 10, 15 places since then. I didn't even remember, right? I've been all over this country living. So the first phone calls, I flamed out because I couldn't even get, you know, past the screening process to talk about my case, right? So I'm like, shit. And so I get the number for the one here in Vegas. I'm going to go into the office. So I go in at 8:30, right when they open. The douchebag, useful idiot security guards won't let me in. There's a metal detector there, won't let me in. Can't get in without an appointment. You don't have an appointment? So I was cock-blocked there. So now I'm sitting in my car, and lucky I had my laptop there, and I called the IRS number again. I talked to like 2 or 3 people, and they were again trying to get me to give this address, and I was trying to guess, and I couldn't remember. I'm like, is it Fruitville Road, this, that, and the other? Is it this, that, and the other? And they're like, no. So I'm like, balls. So I hung up, and so I opened my laptop, and I remember my passwords folder. I had like this thing from PayPal that I had screen capped a lot of my previous addresses because I've had PayPal for so long. And one screen had all my addresses. So I had like 6 addresses, and I called back. I got this lady. I guess I probably shouldn't say her name, but God, I love her, man. She answers the phone, and so I start telling my story, about the tour and about what happened with the $500,000 my brother shafted me, leaving me living on change and I just start telling the whole thing, and about my cancer, and like everything is hanging in the balance, man. This tour, tickets have been sold, everything I've said. The venues have been rented, plane tickets have been bought, advertising, just you can imagine all the things that go into a tour, right? To get a band of even 4 dudes to Australia to do 4 shows, it's a huge undertaking, right? And to do it efficiently and try to make a profit. And I didn't want to let anyone down, man. Imagine, I was feeling like total shit. And I started telling her, because I've been bottling it up so much, I couldn't really talk to my gal. Zach, you know a little bit about it, right? I've confided in you, and on my radio show, I had to tell my listeners to get crowdfunding to survive. So I kind of broke down. I'm in tears on the phone with the lady, and she's like totally feeling the story. And she goes, you're not even going to believe what I'm about to tell you people. Because like all my friends, and you guys probably know, oh, well, you can get set up on like $15, $20 a month payments, and you just pay as, start paying, and right. And that's what everyone was telling me. One guy's like, you could get $10 a month payments. I remember a producer who did the Megadeth album tell me that he was doing that with the IRS because his wife took him to the cleaners. So he could only afford that. So, that's what I was hoping for. I was like, okay, if I can get $15 to $20 a month payments, get my passport cleared by any means, I'd be stoked. But check out what happened. So I tell her the whole story, and, you can tell I can talk. And if people listen to my radio show, and you can imagine, again, I don't recommend people doing what I do and what I did, and I'm not saying you couldn't necessarily get the same outcome, because I feel like if I would have done this at any other time without a tour pending, when I could fax them the poster of the tour with all of us on the poster and the dates there, and I had the plane ticket, the sense of urgency, I'm faxing the plane ticket. If it was just like, Dinah and me were going to go to Greece for a yoga retreat, if it was just like something leisurely like that, even, I don't think I would have got the same result. I think the universe and all the circumstances and my acumen of how I delivered the story, she goes, well, this is non-collectible. She goes, this is not collectible. So not only do I not have $10 or $15 or $20 a month payments, I don't got to pay anything, dudes.
Nice.
Until I want, when I want, if I want, as I can. And she's like, and more than that, I'm going to give you $800 credit a month for food. Nice. I don't know if they're putting that on my food card, because I got a food card too, people. When you got a story like mine, that's the thing, is my story. When you read my book, you'll understand the full story, because we're trying to get me a book deal right now. It's a whole scene, with the cancer and the company and what my brother did and my divorce and losing my house. I had a 5-acre farm and barn and a dressage horse. It's just a whole scene. So I mean, what are they going to take? My house? I got no house. I'm living in $1 million house, but I'm just renting, right?
Right.
What are they going to take? My car? Well, I just got a car. I guess they could do that. But I mean, I've not been paying taxes for all these years, and they're not knocking my door down. And I had a $300,000 plus tax bill, and I got it wiped for all practical purposes. My passport is cleared. I'm working with this film producer. He sat on the phone when I was in LA. I had to go get my hair done for my date with Dinah, and he sat on the phone for 3 extra hours. We were on hold with the IRS for an hour. Sorry, with the State Department, because once she cleared me and she gave me all this credit, she's like, I'm giving you this much credit for the cost of living, this much credit for food. This is non-collectible. So I'm just like on the non-collectible list. It's just not collectible. Can you even believe, Zach, what I'm telling you? My passport got cleared. Then so I called back the next day, and the lady was a bitch, whoever I got. She's like, call back in 2 days. We can't turn anything around this fast. I'm trying to see, is it really cleared? Because it had to get cleared. What she did on the phone with me had to go through her manager. It had to go through, because I'm a hardship case. It's a hardship case, non-collectible. And I'm like so nervous, is this going to go through? Because I could still be fucked if the manager doesn't get it, doesn't care like this lady did. And imagine if all the thousands of IRS agents I could have got who could have been douchebags, assholes, power trippers. I got this lady who listened, heard my story, empathized with the story, didn't just think about being a useful idiot. She cleared me. Then I called back 2 days later, as they told me, and of all the people in this country that could answer, that lady answered again. And I flipped out. I mean, it's like, dude, it's like when the dove landed above your head on Hollywood Boulevard, right? When you were talking about Prince.
Right.
She answered again, and I was like, oh my God. I said, I can't even believe, what are the chances that we are talking again? And so I went through the thing. I gave my social. So now she's checking to see if it's cleared. And she came back. She goes, yep, you're totally cleared. Everything's cool. It's on to the State Department. Now you got to get a hold of them and make sure they get your passport printed and sent to you on time. And that can be sometimes up to 21 days. Well, we don't got 21 days because Australia needs my visa. They need the passport number to do my visa, or I can't go there and work. And I can't just do this at the last minute. The management's breathing down my neck. They wanted the passport number last week. My whole band has everything turned in last week, right? So now I'm in LA, and I got my buddy on the phone with the State Department. I got to go get my hair. So he stays on. He's texting me. I'm in the chair with my gal. Anyone on my Facebook see how cute that gal does my hair, right? And he's texting me like, dude, look, he's showing me pictures of his phone, screen caps, that he's still on hold 3.5 hours. But he ended up talking to someone at the State Department. He literally found out that my passport was in the printing room. They're like, it's in the printing room now. I checked yesterday. It was approved on the U.S. passport site. I checked the day after. It was sent. It's arriving tomorrow.
There you go.
Like, not a moment too soon. Too soon, too late. I can't even believe the story that I just told you and that I lived through, people.
Yeah, that's an amazing story.
It'll be here tomorrow.
Well, that's an amazing story. All right, I'm glad it ended that way. For a while, I was like getting stressed out. I was like, oh no, this is a disaster. But okay.
Right? It was the horror. No, and imagine the stress level that I had, and that just dealing with the IRS, having her on the phone and knowing that everything was hanging in the balance, and that this could go so fucking wrong, man. 300 grand plus. I don't even remember the total number they said I owed. But to get it written off as a hardship case and put aside, and and doing it legitimately. I didn't do anything illegal. I just told the truth. and I was just persuasive, and I'm just saying maybe not too many people have the nuts or have a similar story, but if you use your creativity and you know how to speak and you're patient, like sometimes you might have to hold on for 4 hours with these people, you know, because we don't live in a world where you can just call, like in the old days, you could call someone and they answered the phone.
That's how the IRS always is. They make you wait on hold for hours.
Because they don't want to help you. And you, again, imagine out of the thousands of people, because your call can get routed to any state. Like I'm calling from Vegas.
Yeah, you got the same person twice. I mean, that's just unheard of.
Yeah. I'm not talking to someone in Vegas. I'm not talking to someone in Dayton, Ohio, where the business was. I'm not talking to someone in California where I lived. None of the states where I lived, who knows where this lady that I talked to was and the other douchebags that I talked to along the way. But what are the chances that I got this lady and then when I called back to see the status, I got her again? It just shows there's some kind of universal magical design to this world. And I know one thing, it's like the good stuff that's happening for me right now and bad stuff I see happening for other people is because they live like douchebags, and I tried to live a clean life and keep my nose clean. I tried not to do a bunch of abuse to my body and to the people around me. And so I think there's some kind of a karmic thing that also plays into how this happened for me. Because it couldn't have been any more last minute. This tour could have been just jacked. My relationship with Dinah would have been tanked. She would have never forgiven me. Right?
Yeah, well that's a great story. I'm glad it turned out that way.
Right? Let that be a lesson to all you people.
Yeah. Yeah. Very cool.
And find my IRS episode on Music Without Boundaries on Spreaker, man. I think it's called F Taxes. It's so good. There's so much, because I played a lot of audio experts, and maybe some people in the chat heard this before YouTube wiped it in the universal cleansing of that channel and transitioning from YouTube to VeyTube. There was an amazing documentary, and I didn't just call the IRS and the lady that melted down. I called back, talked to the legal department. Like, I kept calling them back and harassing them, right? Like, usually, people would be afraid to do that, and they don't want you to, they're going to call me, they're going to come get me. But also on that show, I played a lot of audio clips that are super educational from this documentary that got wiped off YouTube. It was called Money Masters. If anyone saw that documentary, it was just so excellent. It traced the history and the evolution of money from Europe to the U.S. and all the iterations. And it's amazing that the most successful currency in history was the tally stick. Benjamin Franklin was, I think, implemented, had something to do with it, and it was a fucking stick, man. That's like, again, you think of what people do for money, like they lie, steal, cheat, kill, fuck over their spouses, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, right? Just all the just diabolical stuff people do for like worthless paper that could line the birdcage or cat litter box, right? It was a stick. Like, imagine, like, whether it's a ruler length or a yardstick, a little wider, and it had like it was jagged down the center, like cut, like a pattern that when you, like a puzzle piece where you break the two pieces apart, and you could tell one part was the currency and the other part was the receipt, right? I think that lasted like 500 years to the money changers, the greedy, whose rhymes with who, right?
Right.
They had to do away with that, but it was a fucking stick, right? Like something you could just get out of your yard, right? The tally stick. Anyway, if you find that episode, I'll find it and I'll drop it in the chat. while DK is going to probably wax philosophical, I'll go in the archives and I'll drop that link because it's super educational. There's just so many interesting things, and I played some people who used to work at the IRS who, like, they are blowing the whistle on how corrupt it is, you know, and all that good stuff. So if that sounds interesting to people on the heels of my little story, and yeah, sometimes you gotta, I don't want to say stand up to the man, but you gotta just reason with him and talk to him and tell him your story. And sometimes you may not be able to pull off what I did, but you know, if I can help one person out there, I've done my job this evening.
Yeah. That's a very cool story, and I'm glad to hear it went that way. So
I'll see you guys in Australia.
All right.
All the listeners, any people that know anyone listening from anywhere on the planet, right? If you know someone in Australia, right? Just send them the good word that we're coming there. It's middle of July. I think it's like 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th.
Yep.
Canberra, is that how you say? Canberra, Brisbane, Melbourne, Sydney. Okay, but that's it.
That's it. Yeah, I got it up on the screen. So.
Well, good man. Good on you. So the tour that almost wasn't, right?
Yeah, you pulled it out. That's why I was worried. I was like, oh no, you're about to tell me it's canceled? What?
Well, and listen, I'm a good storyteller, right? I won a speech contest in 5th grade out of our entire school district of kids in the Modern Woodmen Association. They did it every year back in the day, and you had to write a speech in your school, and then every school, they all got picked, and then all the finalists spoke, and it was about ecology. And I remember it was so funny. I wrote a speech about ecology, and the premise of the story I remember was, this is 5th grade, people, it was a father and son out somewhere. I don't know, they were in a park or in some public, and the father littered some way through some shit, and the kid like kind of schooled his dad, like, Dad. And so somehow, and that was the lesson, and it was a great speech, you know. And when I won in my school, when I was in the semifinals, and they hung like the 5-6 final people from our school up in the front case, everyone started teasing me and calling me, you little storyteller, little storyteller. But then I was the finalist out of my school, and then I went to the finals of the whole school district, and then the final day, and my dad took off work and was in the back of the amphitheater, and I gave that speech, and I won, man.
Awesome.
And all those people who teased me, right? I was like, Right?
Very cool.
So,
winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had Zach on the edge of his seat, nervous that the tour was about to.
Yeah, you did a good job because your tone of voice was down. It was melancholy to start, and then by the end it was springing up. So
I got something else to talk about that's even more serious and a little bit disconcerting. But let's let DK have a little. You ready to riff, my man?
For sure.
Cool.
Are you gonna play guitar in the background, or should I just go a cappella?
Well, that show when I did that, people, the one where I played, it was killer here. If you guys could have heard how killer the show was, and it tells me how cool it would be if we did it on the street, and I was there like riffing behind Zach or DK or whoever's getting up speaking. But all you heard, because like when DK or Zach was talking, it cut my guitar out totally. To make that happen and to make it cool to do it on radio, we would have to have all three of us going through like a mixer thing, or at least have my guitar going through. I have to think how we could do that, because my guitar was just here in the room with a little prep. I didn't even have an amp on it. It was just an electric guitar, so it wasn't loud enough to cut through, and whenever someone talked, it totally cut it off. So all you would hear is just a little a little glimmer of a riff or a chord progression here or there. But if we ever could do that, man, it would be the bomb.
Indeed.
I could play stuff that was just for the mood of what Zach or you were saying, and it would just like set it off, man.
Yeah.
But that's for future, and we have the technology. We just have to work something like that out for the future. So just riff a cappella, my man. And I got a little concerning. Let me just throw it out there because I want people to think about it. Maybe this is the way to do it. Anyone who's listened, in fact, you know how much I love my babe. She's like the love of my life. I can't even tell you. We've been together 2 years. We had a little breakup, but now we're reconciled and seeing each other. We were living together, but we're living apart and seeing each other. I just saw her the other day, and she's been here to Vegas. I go to LA, I have to rehearse there, but we were talking today, and I mean, she was so happy. I didn't tell her the whole details, but just the essence of what I did about making the tax thing go away. She was so proud and happy, and that really made a big impression this weekend, and it made the weekend go a lot better. Today on the phone, something was said. So, because we were talking about getting married, and she's like, I'm not getting married till you can afford to live in your own house, and you're paying taxes, and you're doing this and that and the other. And she said, because she goes, and I know you think that stuff is, I don't know. She didn't, a lie. I don't know. She said, I know you think that stuff is a lie or bullshit. She goes, but I don't want to live in a world where everything is a lie. And I just like, my heart just like, bah. It's like, because it doesn't really, what I wanted to say that I had to bite my tongue and just sit there and like nod my head like a bobblehead was, and this is over the phone, that we're talking. It was like, it really doesn't matter what you want. You might want to live in Candyland, but you don't fucking live in Candyland.
Sure.
I mean, you can want it all you fucking want. You can want, she thinks voting is still real. She have to drive her to drop her ballots off, and it's just like... And we had the big breakup was over. It was literally over like the Super Bowl, which she doesn't watch sports all year. I don't know why this fight was so epic. And I'll tell you exactly, people, what it was about, because it was about another radio show, Howard Stern, which she listens to. We were on our way to get our hair. There's 2 stories about getting hair done tonight. We're on. It was before the tour. And going to get our hair done, we were actually laughing our asses off at the show because what they were saying was so fucking funny leading up to it. But as it went on, it turns out like 2 of the guys on the show they had lost a bet on a football game. Zach, you broke up my relationship indirectly. I just got to tell you, but they lost a bet on a football game, and they had to shave their balls and make out on air. Right, it's a humiliation ritual, right? And we all know Howard Stern's a Zionist shitbag, and a lot of the degrading of the American generation, our generation, is the shit he did on his show. Bringing all these twisted fucking characters on his show and giving them a platform, and So all I said, man, and we had been laughing. It was, I think, the most we'd ever laughed. I was like, literally, God, this is so great. We're laughing together. This is great. All I said was, well, if these 2 douchebags would have been listening to GematriaEffectNews, they wouldn't have to be doing this humiliation ritual shit on the radio. And that shut it off, dude. It was on. I don't think... You can't say sports is rigged. I just don't believe that. And I everything that I'd held in for 2 years, like having to listen to Zach in earphones and never talking about it, never mentioning it, driving to the voting booth, knowing she's fully vaxxed. I mean, that scares the shit out of me, you know. We're about 5 to 10 years from now. So it's a sad scene, but the thing I wanted to leave people think about, what your partner says, like, I don't want to live in a world where things are lies. I don't want to live in a world. It's just like saying, like, it's like a kid sitting in a corner, like, I just refuse to. I'm just not going to live in a world where there's lies. I'm sorry, and you can tell me anything you want, and I'm just going to talk. You just talk to the hand. You're just going to talk to the hand, right?
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
So just, I mean, people. I mean, imagine it's the love of your life, and like you're as awake as we are, right? 3 musketeers right here, and then your love is like that, and you just want to help them and love them, and they're judging you, and they're harsh on you because of they think you live outside the box. She says, I'm a gypsy. I had a fucking 5-acre horse farm. Was I a gypsy, you know, before my cancer and my divorce? You know, was I a gypsy then? It's just, so if anyone wants to call in, chime in, help a brother out. You know, we don't got Dear Abby, you know, or Dr. Phil. I need somebody to, what do you do? What do you say? How do you?
My mom's trying to call in right now. Well, Mom, if you're watching the show, I can't take both calls. It's okay. My mom used up her call minutes today.
And you put your mom on conference call?
No, I'm not going to put her on. Trust me. I've had enough of Mom today. My day began by helping Mom for 2 hours. I got no thank you, and then 30 minutes later she calls back, and then she's cussing me out because she didn't think the help was good. I'm done with Mom. So anyway.
What if she's got the answer for me, Zach?
She doesn't have any answers.
She's going to say, look at Del Bigtree's...
Yeah. Yeah. That's what she's going to do.
RFK, is it RFK? Which one, Jay? Who's she addicted to? Which Kennedy?
RFK Jr.
The recent stuff she sent me was Dr. Shiva. I'm like, oh, you can look at my stuff when I pointed out all these frauds when they were first launched on the scene. Shiva was one of the first round of clowns, then later Shiva, Batar, and then later it was like Dr. Malone and the other clowns.
It's unfortunate it seems she has no discernment. She just she sends every god darn random silly thing that's out there. I'm like, it's like DK said last week, just send your son's stuff around. Just send Zach's stuff around. You don't need to send anybody else's stuff but Zach's stuff around. What's better than that?
Yeah, she doesn't. The truth is, she doesn't really like my stuff that much. So.
What?
She doesn't really like my work that much. I know she'll hang out in the chat, but she doesn't. Trust me, she doesn't really like the work.
Well, all the shit that's been called on point, shown, revealed doesn't pack any punch for her.
Not really. So. Yeah. My mom's an incredible person. I mean, you would never. I don't understand my mom. The other thing she called about today is she had to have a plumber out because she had a leaking pipe, and they charged her a fortune, and the pipe still leaked the very next day. And she thought the work should have only cost a little bit, but they charged her like $4,500, and then didn't even fix it. And now they won't come out. She always has a story just like this. I'm like, so you way overpaid. It didn't get fixed, and now they won't. How is this like the story for everything that happens to you in life? The moral of the story is women shouldn't live alone. Like, women need a man around to help them. But nobody wants to be around my mom for good reason. It's just like you can spend 2 hours helping her tie her shoes in the morning, and then 30 minutes later she's mad because you didn't teach her to tie her shoes good enough. So, anyway.
I just thought of a great new business based on what you said, Zach. So imagine You post online, single women who need to go to the mechanic, get a plumber or electrician or whatever. They hire you out to come and pretend like you're their relative or boyfriend or husband, so they don't get fucking jacked for whatever it is. You know, you got to change a fuel pump and it's $5,000 when you could actually change your engine and transmission for $5,000. You know, so that would probably be a pretty good business.
Yeah.
I've done it for even ex-girlfriends still call me sometimes. They're like, I'm like, you don't have a boyfriend right now? They're like, no, I broke up with my boyfriend like 5 months ago. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll go with you to the body shop. Or, you know what I mean? Like, they already know from back in the day that I just won't take any bullshit from anybody. And sometimes I'll send my girlfriend out first just to see what they say, so I have somebody to kind of yell at when I get there for trying to, you know, take her for money or whatever.
Yeah, you should start that. You'd be perfect at that. You know a lot of things too, so.
Yeah, that'll probably be a good business.
Yeah, rent a boyfriend, rent a husband.
Yeah, rent. I gotta come out with a good name, because I don't want to have them trying to say I gotta perform some other kind of favors for him too. For if it says boyfriend or husband, I just want to help him with the mechanic and the plumber. I don't really want him touching me unless they're really hot, and I definitely don't want to have to touch them.
Yeah, not a bad idea. No, seriously, I mean, if it was like $100 an hour to rent a man, it could save you thousands at the mechanic.
Yeah, rent a man for $100 an hour, save you thousands. Yeah,
Exactly.
That's a great one right there. Rent a real man or something. I don't know. We used to do, you know, in the fraternity when we had pledges coming in, we would have a pledge auction where the sororities would all come, and then we would go on stage and like do like a little dance or whatever the hell it is you wanted to do, and then the sorority girls would bid on you, and then whoever the highest bidder is, they get you as like their slave for a day. And usually you don't really, you know, they have you like wash their car or something with your no shirt on or something like that. That's what the sororities would do. But very similar. Very similar.
Yeah. Yeah. Funny.
Well, Jeff ended up really good. My buddy just did the same thing. I was talking to Jeff and my buddy about what to do about the IRS. My buddy got $350 a month for 5 years. I'm sure he probably owes, I don't know exactly what it is, but they really don't like him because he made like 5 movies exposing the Illuminati. Probably his most famous one was Madoff in America, the Bernie Madoff movie, which he had a Hollywood premiere and then they shut it all down. And then they came out with their own Madoff movie like a year or two later. And, you know, he's still got an open lawsuit against Sony for like $14 million. Of course, he's going to get 14 cents from that. But, yeah. So if you're trying to make any money on paper, they don't want to let it go. But if you aren't really making any money on paper, I've heard a few people just get it completely, completely wiped. I was able to do that once in 2000. It was like right after the crash, 2008. So it was like probably 2010, 11 or so. I have a few years dragged out, but I got them to wipe 90 grand. It was like 88 grand or something like that. So you don't know nothing. We're going to report to all the agencies that everything's fine and all that. Still have that. I was about to frame that when I got it. I was like, oh, this is like a small little victory, you know. I should take down my college degrees and put this up. This is actually more important, you know. But yeah, so there's ways to get out of it. I'm glad it went the best possible way for Jeff.
Yeah, I was saying, man, there's no IRS tax specialist accountant that could have done for me what I did for myself.
No.
Yeah.
And it would have cost money. You know, it would have cost a few grand or whatever. You have these people you sell, well, get rid of your debt, whatever. So you got to pay them like $4,900 just to do that for you. So to wipe 50 or 100 grand. So it's kind of like 10%. They're probably just. They got a back door where they pay off somebody at the IRS and get to keep some, I think is really what's going on.
Yeah. No, thank you.
I have a couple things to say about what you were talking about during the show today. You want me to go on with that, Zach?
Yeah, go ahead.
Refresh my memory what the guy was saying. One of the callers called in and said something about somebody died on that submarine or whatever it is to go see the Titanic, and their relative was a first-class passenger. Can you refresh that point for me?
One of the I gotta pull it back up, but somebody's a relative of somebody that was on the Titanic that was supposedly on this Titan.
And so, how many people died on this thing on this submarine?
Well, they're not saying anyone's dead yet because they still haven't given us the latest details in the story, but they're saying 5 people are on it.
Well, did the caller say something like the relative was the owner of AC?
Say that again?
Did the caller say something like the person who had the relative that was on the Titanic, the relative was the owner of Macy's? Is that what that story was?
They're related to Strauss, yeah.
Isidore Strauss?
Yeah.
And those are, he's one of the main three that, they allegedly, which I don't even know if I necessarily even believe that story, if those guys were most likely controlled opposition, but I see they're all 3 are Jewish, so, the chances of Jews going against other Jews is 0. It's always controlled opposition. So Guggenheim, Strauss, and J.J. Astor are all, how did they get that rich if they weren't part of the cabal anyways to start with? So, I mean, I get the whole story, those guys were, controlled. They were the only ones fighting the Federal Reserve, just like RFK and Big Tree are the only guys fighting the vaccines. None of us that said all that shit 10 years prior to them to a way greater detail. We're nobodies, but those guys are they're going to go down in history as the ones that fought against vaccines. So, but anyway, just to go over the whole story and what it's really paying tribute to, we're in a big, spiritual war, as the religions all say. And that spiritual war first manifested on the earth as the battle between the Titans and the gods. You have the Titans from Saturn. The artificial moon of Saturn is called Titan. They show you that in the Oblivion movie, where they're lying to them, telling them they're all going to this happy place called Titan as soon as they finish strip mining the earth, getting all the water off it. So anyway, and remember, like Thanos and the Avengers stuff, he's a Titan. So the Titans, the Saturnian Titans, from the Cabal, went against the Venusian gods of Mount Olympus. So we're literally, it's the Titans versus the Olympians, So you have the Titanic, the Titan, the Olympian. So those sister ships are named after the spiritual battle that's going on here. And as far as them switching the roles of the Titanic and there was also 2 more ships. Those were sister ships, but then you have brother ships and sister ships. The sister ship will be exactly alike. There'll be 2 of them, like the Olympic and the Titanic, and then you'll have 2 other ones that are brother ships of those 2, but they'll also be sister ships to each other. I think for the Olympic Titanic, there was I think it was called something like the Gigantic and something else. They both ended in IC.
The Olympic and the Britannic. The Olympic is the one that they say was the actual ship that sunk. It equals 144, like the date 14/4, the day it hit the iceberg.
And what was the other ship you just said?
The Olympic and the Britannic.
Oh, the Britannic. And there's one other one too. There's the Olympic, Britannic,
And the Titanic. Those are the 3.
and the Gigantic. Yeah, there you go. Those are. Anyway, so, the research that I done is that the Olympic ship, before they changed the name on it, got into an accident. Not a bunch of accidents, but got into one major accident with a British naval ship somewhere where they were maneuvering it in port, and it was in dry dock at the time, being repaired, when they decided, hey, we'll just switch this.
That's what I heard too.
Why we ruin a good one when we already got one that's damaged? Why even spend any money fixing it? We'll just collect the insurance policy on it. We'll just, we'll, 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 we'll junkyard this one, and we'll just go, start from scratch with the with the Titanic, which then went on to have a 33-year sailing a stellar sailing record with no problems at all. So, yeah, they're still paying tribute to that same old thing from before. Now, did one of these subs really go down? That's going down with rich people? Highly doubt it. You know, did it sink or kill people? Highly doubt it.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Today's story, yeah, they're relatives of Isidor Straus, and this story comes out today. I get the joke now. Today's the 172nd day of the year, and Isidor Straus equals 172.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, news by the numbers.
I knew something had to do with that call when he was saying they were related to Strauss. Yeah. And from what I understand, while it was in dry dock, they planted a bomb that just looked in the engine room that just looked like part of machinery, where the guys that are, you know, manning the engine room, they wouldn't even know that there's a bomb in there. You know, they didn't, you know, put it way out there and then, you know, torpedo it really or anything. That would still leave too many things. You know, there's still too many variables. Things could go wrong with the plan. So they already had planted a bomb specifically where the ship would crack in half, and, you know, when the bomb went off, and then it would just sink, you know, in the most vulnerable area of the hull. So
Sure.
they didn't even really have to torpedo it or anything. And that shipping line was that built that ship, White Star Shipping, that's owned by the Rothschilds. So, you know, they're the ones running the whole Federal Reserve, you know, Central Reserve banking system. So, you know, that's another little part of the puzzle there that makes it look like, okay, yeah, so, you know, these guys were trying to do this, and then you had these guys trying to fight against it. But I mean, those guys could have all gotten off the ship, man, to be honest. You know what I mean? That if I really had to put my money on it, I would probably say all of them got off the ship. And they just, you know, they showed us the Titanic movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, where those guys actually really die, and where John Jacob Astor's like a pretty stand-up guy. He's like, I'm not gonna let the women and children go into the lifeboats. We're gonna stay here, and we're gonna pay our guys to play cello for us while we die. You know, we're gonna take it like men. So just like they showed the captain like taking it like a man going down with the ship, when we know those guys all got off the ship, and the captain was one of their, you know, drunk losers that had like the worst sailing record as a captain ever, and like you would really pick a guy like that to, you know, captain this ship, which is, you know, they're advertising all over like it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And that's probably been embellished in history too. I doubt during the time that it was that big of a deal. Like, that was the only thing, you know, that was in the papers about the Titanic about to set sail. I think that was just, you know, another psyop that happened, and then they just blow it up in the news like it's something like the thing, you know, the Gulf of Tonkin or something, you know?
Right. Yeah, that's another psyop at sea.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, just another dive box, you know, somebody's going against the cabal. You don't do it, just stay home. We got other super rich guys going against the cabal. Don't worry. They'll get them.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
You haven't been posting much, so I don't really have anything that I can think of, because you haven't really been posting much. So I don't have too many comments other than that you posted the last couple of days about that.
Yeah.
I do have and I can make about the financial situation. I mean, I haven't talked to you in a while. Are you still doing the financial group thing?
I'll start doing it again. Lately, I've just been trying to finish the book and just been focused on that. So.
Okay. I mean, I get a lot of questions and stuff about it from just like regular people who are at all various levels of awakeness that have heard me, you know, for years talk about different things. So they're asking me like, what's going on? You know, people I know at work got, you know, hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million in the bank, plus properties and stuff. So they're like totally sheep. They know how to work and make money, but they don't know how to, like, you know, protect their money and stuff, put it into trust and, you know, different things. They don't know what they're doing. So, you know, a lot of them ask me, they're like, well, what are we supposed to do? What about this CBDC and, you know, the Fed coin? What are we going to do? You know, I'm like, how are they gonna do this? I'm like, well, the way they start off is they start tipping off banks, you know, little by little. Like they just had the Silicon Valley and the other Silicon and a few of those banks that they put on the news. So, I mean, all these banks are owned by the cabal, but they just make it look like, let's just say it isn't. Let's just say small mom and pop style bank, which doesn't exist. And then they just put a big balloon in it, you know, invest all kinds of money in it, and based on fractional reserve lending, the bank's going to loan out 100 or 1,000 times more than they have. And then when those guys withdraw their balloon, they in effect pop the balloon and make that solvent.
Sure.
Go out of business. So they just start with the smaller fish first, and that's what they plan to do, is destroy the commercial banking, which underneath that is the private banking, which would be people like us, you know, just have your money. I mean, I don't have any money in the bank, but, you know, people, just regular people having money in the bank. So if they start making these banks like crumble, then the federal government would say, hey, listen, we cannot FDIC insure these people because of the amounts of money. So the only way we can make this good is just convert it. The government will protect you, but you have to come under this umbrella of the CBDC. So we're just going to transfer whatever you had in this bank to digital government currency, which will be protected. So this is the way they plan to go about it. They don't plan to, like, you know, with all these which are actual bullshit conspiracy theories people are saying, oh, they're just going to, you know, if they turn in your money, and like, no, it's going to be a little bit different. They're going to make it look like they're protecting you, and then people are going to jump on it and be like, well, shit, my bank's failing. What if, you know, I got all my money in, you know, in Chase or, you know, Wells Fargo or whatever, and they're about to go under. So yeah, the government's going to convert it to the government money, the digital currency. At least I won't lose my money, you know? That's what people are going to be pushed into. So people can be coached into anything very smoothly and easily without even like getting people perturbed. And that's what they always plan to do. They don't want to make everybody up in arms about it, you know?
Right.
In smaller European countries, like what just happened in Croatia, they just converted to the euro. It's a little bit different. There's, you know, under 4 million people. I mean, there's more than 4 million people. If I just drive like 10 minutes in any direction, you know what I mean? Where I'm at, I'll be. It's a bigger area than my whole country. So it's easier to pull off like that. You know, there's not that many small fish. So they just force it on the people, and then all of a sudden people just can't go to certain businesses because they're now in euros, and people are, for convenience, they're just like, all right, well, fuck it, then I'm going to start, you know, and a lot of these countries have been used to this since they came out with the euro, to converting their money, because Europeans travel all over Europe. The countries are small, so Europeans are used to converting their money. And then when they came up with the big euro thing, Europeans have been used to converting to euros for going to different countries, like England before the Brexit, and, you know, all the other countries that are, you know, member nations now. So yeah, they got all these concurrent scams, and they try to do it as kind of under the radar and as smoothly as possible. They don't want to get everybody off the couch. They want you to stay on the couch watching your television and staying calm. Everything's gonna be fine.
Indeed. Yeah. Well, gentlemen, my mom's calling over and over, so she must need more help tonight. And yeah, I better take her call. I'm not sure what's going on over there. So she needs a rent-a-man.
She's still your mom.
Yeah, indeed. So.
One other piece of advice I was going to give is, Jeff was talking about getting married. I don't know if you necessarily want to do that on paper, and I know that will be probably a hard sell to Dinah, but you may get her into a fucking ball of wax too with the taxes thing, because she's got like a legit regular weekly paycheck type of thing from a payroll company, probably. So I don't know. That may not necessarily be the greatest idea in the world, but I'll just throw that out there. You can always have your own ceremony, write your own vows, and whatever, do whatever you want, and tell everybody. Nobody's ever going to know. Plus, in Vegas too, You know, you could get married on any corner in the Starbucks probably in Vegas. So while you're waiting for your Fracchiaki Macchiato or whatever they call those drinks, get married real quick, get an oil change while you wait and everything, man. Freaking 15 minutes.
Indeed. Yeah. Las Vegas.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's it for me. I've been really busy taking care of old people. One of my old people fell and broke her hip, so I've got a lot less time to be bullshitting around. Just so happened today it worked out that I was able to call at the end. But I was gonna tell Jeff, forget about tonight. I'm not gonna be able to pull it off.
But you pulled it off.
The stars align, just like who said that, Ultimate Warrior and whatever. When the stars align and the towers come crashing down.
Yeah. That was Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage about when the towers come crumbling down.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was thinking of Ultimate Warrior said some other funny shit too that was really funny. I can't remember the exact line. He's like, when the stars align and blah, blah, blah. It was just some totally thing that doesn't make any sense, and then just come out with a statement like the towers to come down. Like, what does that have to do with anything? But yeah, I forgot it was Hulk Hogan and stepped into a Slim Jim guy.
Yeah. R.I.P. So.
Yeah, they really did.
Yeah, him and his brother are dead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they're really dead. Well, I forgot what's their real last name. They're Jewish guys too, right?
Povo?
What is it?
I think it's Povo.
P-O-V-O?
I think so.
I'll have to look into that.
It's Pofo. Pofo. P-O-F-F-O. Pofo.
They might have added the O at the end. Those are kind of common names, like from like Greece area and stuff like that. O-F-F at the end. Like Christoph, and I forgot all the off names, but there's a lot of names that end in O-F-F. I've never heard O-F-F-O though, like that. Pofo.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, appreciate it, gentlemen. Thanks for the story, Jeff, and thanks for the guitar playing in the background again. Appreciate you guys staying on.
Yeah, man.
There you go.
Bach licks for five. I'll take Bach licks for $500.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. I better find out what Mom's calling about.
All right, Zach. Thanks again for taking the call.
Yeah. All right, you guys have a good night. Thank you.
Okay. Ciao, man.
All right, take care. All right. And yeah, I'm still on the get up at 3:30 in the morning schedule because that's just what time I wake up at now, so it feels like it's way later than it actually is. But also, let me say thank you to everyone. Mr. Scott, 2 super chats tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. Eloy Garcia, again, thank you, Eloy. J Money, appreciate it. Metagon Warrior, thank you very much. Sachette, thank you. TK, thank you as well. And there's Cuts again. Cuts is very generous. By the way, you guys, Cuts also does great work, and he's looking for more people to get behind him and support his work and visit his channel and watch his videos. Cuts1 on YouTube. Kutsone, all one word. He was out with us last year in New York. He was out with me all day in the Bay Area, actually in 2 days in a row. 2 days in a row in the Bay Area when I was just down in California. Thank you, Modoc Roughstock. Thank you, Nathan Disambiguation 144. Thank you, I am too busy. Oh wait, that was yesterday, or that was a few days ago. But thank you anyhow. Yeah, appreciate the generosity, you guys. Thank you to the people who sent there. I saw some cash apps during the show. So Okay. All right. Yeah, I got to call my mom back. So we'll leave it there tonight. Thanks again, Truth Seekers. And until next time.